Senate will come out of recess. I call the Senate to order, and I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Michael Wilson.
Almighty and loving God, we give you thanks for giving us another day. We ask today that you bless the members of the New Hampshire State Senate to be the best and most faithful servants of the people they serve. We ask also for blessings for their families and their staff. Grant them wisdom and strength in the performance of their duties as it affects the people of New Hampshire. Guide them in their deliberations and in their making decisions for the benefit of the people. Guide them safely to Concord and back to their homes and families at the end of the day. We humbly ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Senator Cataldo, can you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Senator Little for an introduction of guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am pleased to welcome to the gallery Mrs. Kessler and the 8th grade class from Sunapee Middle School.
Senator Woodburn.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have some students from the White Mountain School in Bethlehem, New Hampshire, a great preparatory school, and I'm also particularly proud one of my former students, Teresa Scally, is among them. Thank you for being here.
I believe that's the school you had me tour, Senator. So I recognize Senator Feltus to offer a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's my honor to present a resolution to the family of William Blake Marston. Here with us today, good morning and thank you for being here, is William's mom, Nancy, Father Bill, Chris and Marie Marston are here too. Thank you for being here. His brother, his oldest brother. Thank you very much for being here. On behalf of the State Senate of the State of New Hampshire, this is a resolution honoring United States Navy SEAL William Blake Marston for his service and dedication to our state and our country. Whereas United States Navy SEAL William Blake Marston of Concord, New Hampshire, lost his life while performing training duties as part of his dedicated service to our great nation. And whereas Blake's resolute and steadfast spirit, committed determination to service, and gregarious nature will be sorrowfully missed, yet fondly remembered for years to come by family, friends, and fellow SEALs. And whereas Blake's family, especially his mother Nancy and father William, who will forever grieve this incredible loss, can take pride in their son's honorable service and his many distinguished accomplishments. And whereas Blake's memory is strongly ingrained in the Bedford and Concord communities, having been a talented baseball player and skier who attended the Dairyfield School. And whereas friends, teammates, coaches, professors, staff, and mentors at Stonehill College recognize the deep loss of their talented alumnus. And whereas his unyielding bravery and service and 2 tours of duty in Afghanistan as part of one of the most elite forces, the United States Navy SEALs, and his East Coast team, and his devotion to our great nation. Now therefore be it resolved that the New Hampshire State Senate shares in the mourning of United States Navy SEAL William Blake Marston and offers its sincerest gratitude to his family for his honorable and exemplary service to our country. Signed by all 24 state senators and attested to by Tammy Wright, Clerk of the Senate. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to add, on behalf of the Senate, we are all grateful to Blake for his service to our country as a member of the United States Navy SEALs. We acknowledge and appreciate Blake's ultimate sacrifice in his service to our state and to our country. And we offer our deepest condolences to you for the loss of your son and brother. The Senate will continue to keep Blake and your family in our thoughts and prayers, and I can tell you we do. We truly appreciate you being here today, and thank you for all you've given. Thank you. Introduction of pages, Senator Forrester. Senator Bradley.
I would request that we have a moment of silence for Blake Marston.
Amen. Senator Forrester.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my great pleasure to introduce Cameron Daly, who is from Meredith. He's 17 years old in grade 11. He goes to Interlakes High School. His favorite subject is math. His extracurricular activities include running and skiing. And in the future, he'd like to attend college, possibly law or graduate school, and he'd like to help people. Please help me welcome Cameron Daly. Mr. President, I'd also like to introduce Julia Eifert. Julia is also 17 in grade 11 in Meredith at the Interlakes High School. Her favorite subject is AP English. Her extracurricular activities include being class treasurer, student council, the member of FBLA, girls varsity basketball, where she's the captain, unified volleyball, youth league basketball coach and ref, and recently inducted into the National Honor Society. In the future, she'd like to attend a four-year university, considering a major in English or political science. Please help me welcome Julia Eifert.
Thank you, Senator Forrester. I'd just like to read Rule 2-3, use of electronic devices. The use of electronic devices, with the exception of Senate-issued devices and devices used by the members of the media, is prohibited on the Senate floor during sessions unless the Senate is in recess or unless otherwise approved by the Senate. And so far, I've had no requests. Without objection, today's FN report is adopted. The following bills have been removed from the consent calendar. Senate Bill 194, FN in education. Senator Bradley moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under the Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to the Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Capital Budget, to which was referred Senate Bill 206 FNA, an act making a capital appropriations for a facility in Milford for a Circuit Court and Division of Motor Vehicles Office. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 4-0. Senator Booton for the committee.
Senator Booton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 206 be re-referred to committee. This bill sought to make a capital appropriation for a court facility in Milford to house the Circuit Court and a motor vehicle substation. The committee heard testimony from the Department of Administrative Services that the cost of constructing the facility has increased significantly from the figure in the legislation. As a result, the committee felt this proposal needed further study. The Capital Budget Committee asks your support for the motion to re-refer to committee. Thank you.
This bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation to re-refer to committee on Senate Bill 206. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion to re-refer to committee is adopted, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 42, an act relative to employee notification of contraceptive coverage. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Pierce for the committee.
Senator Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I move ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 42. This bill, as amended by the committee, will level the playing field by requiring employers who choose not to offer the full range of insurance coverage for contraception, the mandate for which has been in New Hampshire law for 15 years now, to simply notify prospective and current employees of that fact. Because New Hampshire has had this insurance mandate for 15 years now, Granite Staters have come to rely on the protections that it offers. This bill is necessary to protect a family's right to make their own significant life choices about whether and when to have children, while at the same time protecting an employer's right to not offer the coverage mandate that is otherwise guaranteed under New Hampshire law. Mr. President, as I said, the contraceptive mandate has been in the law since 2000 here in New Hampshire. When the Affordable Care Act came into effect in 2012, it expanded contraceptive access by extending comparable coverage requirements to individual policies and employer-sponsored health plans. And that triggered the lawsuit that is commonly referred to as the Hobby Lobby decision, in which the Supreme Court held that a closely held family company that provides health coverage to its employees but object to providing coverage for contraception may choose not to. But based on the holding in Hobby Lobby, closely held companies doing business in New Hampshire that self-fund their employee health coverage can assert a moral or religious objection to providing contraception. So the Hobby Lobby ruling creates a public policy concern with the rights of female employees or female dependents to have advance notice from their employers about any reduced or exempted coverage of contraceptive methods or related services that could impact their access to affordable preventive care. Now, Mr. President, we worked hard on this bill in Commerce, and that's why it passed on a vote of 4-1. As introduced, the bill would have required all New Hampshire employers to provide notice, would have required a posting of notice on the company's website, and the penalty was at $5,000. We worked hard, we listened to the stakeholders, and the committee amendment reduces it so that only those companies that choose not to offer coverage are required to notify. Number two, the company website requirement was eliminated, and the fine was reduced from $5,000 to up to $500, and also with a warning as a preliminary step to that. So, Mr. President, I think this is that this bill effectively balances the interests of both employers and workers. It's a bill we worked hard on. We listened to the stakeholders, and the bill came out 4-1. I urge the Senate to pass the committee amendment and the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pierce. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Feltus.
Mr. President, I rise in support of Senator Pierce's bill and the committee amendment. I think that this piece of legislation is a reasonable and proportional response to the Hobby Lobby decision. And as Senator Pierce had indicated, whether and when to have a child is in many cases the most economically consequential decision of a woman's life. And contraception is not just for family planning purposes. And in fact, in many cases, it's prescribed for other medical purposes, including, but not limited to, endometriosis and other medical conditions. It's a very important piece of what anyone would look at in an employment relationship. And what this does is provide the information to prospective employees. It's notification. It's free flow of information, and that helps our labor market function in an appropriate and reasonable way. And so I would respectfully encourage support of this particular bill and committee amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Feltus. Senator Prescott.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to say it was a good debate in commerce. We focused on what would be a behavior that we would like to see. I personally, if I were in the position of hiring an employee, I would want them to know, if I was in this position where I was offering health insurance, but taking the exemption based on the First Amendment, which was upheld by the Supreme Court decision, I personally would think that it was not obvious that they may not know that I'm going to take this religious exemption and not offer as much as they may have been used to for health insurance. I would let my future employee know. I would let, of course, my existing employees know. I think it's the right thing to do for me. But I don't believe that this is the debate. I think that really what the debate is it the government's responsibility to be involved here? And there are shades of gray, I understand. And I stand to ask this body to overturn the recommendation of ought to pass based on that. I don't believe that is the role of government. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prescott. Senator Hosmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the committee amendment of Senate Bill 42 and hope we'll have the opportunity to vote on the legislation as amended. It was good work done by the Commerce Committee, and I certainly agree with my colleague. It was a good, vigorous debate, and there were some balancing of equities here. But I think what resulted was a pragmatic and balanced amendment and bill that's going to be presented to the body. I know the committee members crafted an amendment which narrowed the scope of the bill, that balanced and respected the rights for First Amendment rights of companies that chose not to offer it, with the rights of employees to have the knowledge whether contraceptive care was going to be offered or not. I know, as an employer, the question of health care coverage is one that comes up every single time someone is hired or interviewed for a job in my organization. People want to know what's going to be covered, what the deductibles are, whether mental health is covered, whether there's substance abuse available. There are many questions, and I think contraception should be one of those questions that's asked and addressed by an employer to an employee so that they can make an informed decision. I know that when we have high employee satisfaction, who understands the parameters of the job and the parameters of a benefits package and a pay scale, we have better employees, we have longer tenured employees, and they're able to budget their money wisely. If something's going to be covered or not be covered, it's certainly a household budget decision or a personal budget decision that they have to make, and that goes into their decision as to whether they're going to accept a job or look someplace else where benefits are different. Health care coverage is really, and I can't stress this enough, so important to prospective employees when they're starting to look for a job or interview for a job. Senate Bill 42 doesn't require that employers actually provide contraception if they are morally or religiously opposed. It merely requires that employees be notified. This simply allows the employee to plan for out-of-pocket costs, seek additional coverage, or as I indicated earlier, look for employment with better coverage. If an employee chooses to use birth control, then that decision should be based on an employee's values. A company's reach into its employees' lives should stop at the front doors of the business and not extend into the personal and private lives of prospective employees. I hope all of my colleagues will join me in supporting SB 42. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hosmer. Any further discussion? Senator Pierce for a question of? Senator Hosmer.
Yes.
Senator, thank you for taking my question. Senator Hosmer, you raised a point that I hadn't thought about before about, and as an employer of a large number of people, said happy employees essentially are productive employees. If we fail to pass this, and I'll give an example, someone who now lives in Michigan is interviewing or wants to apply for a job with a New Hampshire employer that chooses not to offer contraceptive coverage, that also chooses to hide the ball and not tell their prospective employee. And that employee moves here on the assumption that the law applies. Would that employee be happy and productive once they get here, or would they be, or could this impact their decision as maybe it was not the right decision to make?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think it would have a direct impact as to whether they were a satisfied employee or not. And in your case, thinking about uprooting a family and moving some distance away to come to work in this state, I think this, and then they find out they have an additional expense because there is not coverage available. It seems to me that a good pragmatic approach to this would be to make sure that we inform employees whether we choose to offer it as part of insurance coverage or not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Susi, a question of?
Question, Senator Hosmer.
Senator Hosmer.
Yes.
Senator, would you believe I have an expectation that if I were to purchase an automobile from you, it would contain seat belts, since the law requires motor vehicles to have seat belts?
I would believe that, and I'd be happy to provide those seat belts.
Further question, if I may, Mr. President? Would you also believe that since the law in the state of New Hampshire, since 2000, requires contraceptive coverage, I would presume that an employer would always be providing that coverage, so absent notice, I would have no way of knowing and would not even anticipate that that coverage wouldn't be available to me.
I agree, Senator, yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion or questions? Senator Sanborn, a question of?
Senator Hosmer.
Senator Hosmer.
Senator Hosmer, thanks so much for taking my question.
You're welcome, Senator.
If not for purely political reasons, can you explain to me why you're only focusing on one potential coverage in health care, and you haven't included the other 43 service mandates or hundreds of other mandates that are within the insurance laws related to contraceptive? Because it would appear to me that you're only focusing on one political aspect to make a statement.
Well, I appreciate the question, Senator. It sounds a bit cynical. When you talk about just the political aspect, we're talking about women's health care. I don't think it's a political issue necessarily. I think it's a personal issue that the government should stay out of. It's between a woman making choices based on what her value system is in conjunction with her doctor, with anyone else she chooses to bring into that decision-making circle. This is particularly important to almost half the workforce, those being women that are working for companies here in New Hampshire.
Follow up with me? Can I ask, Senator, why you didn't include bariatric surgery or hearing aids or glasses or any of the other mandates?
Certainly, sir, if that's a bill that you'd like to see included, I suggest that maybe you file it and we can take a look at that. But I think this is critically important to women's health, everyday health.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Senator Pierce for a question of?
To respond to the questions.
One moment. Senator Stiles for a question of? Senator Hosmer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for taking my question. Isn't contraception the only one that has religious exemption? Isn't that the only one?
As far as I know, yes.
Thank you.
Senator Pierce to speak for a second time.
Shortly, because Senator Stiles just put that issue to rest. The reason that contraception is being singled out in this bill is because contraception has been singled out in the law, period.
Further discussion? Senator Forrester for a question of Senator Hosmer.
I think we all agree that health care is important, contraception is important, and you said in your testimony that health care is very important when you accept a job offered. Don't you believe, or I guess for me, when I go to interview for a job, I ask all those questions so I know before I accept a job? Do you believe that there's some personal responsibility in that if health care is so important, that wouldn't the potential employee ask those questions, or should it be their responsibility?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think there is personal responsibility associated with it, but I think we have to appreciate human nature. They may, in fact, ask every pertinent question before or during the course of the job interview and before accepting a job. But based on the number of people I've interviewed over the years, it's very common to have people follow up with phone calls, letters, emails, or come back again and say, geez, I forgot something. To me, when time is of the essence and you need to make good quality hires and you'd like to do it in the most efficient way and informative way possible, it ought to be part of the hiring structure that you let people know that it's not included.
Thank you.
Senator Carson for a question.
Senator Hosmer?
Senator Hosmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As you so eloquently stated this morning, Senator, you are a business owner. Do you voluntarily disclose to your prospective employees whether or not you offer contraceptive coverage?
I'm not involved in every hiring decision, and I think some of those decisions and information packets are provided by my HR department. That is one issue that they can cover, yes.
Mr. President, may I follow up? Thank you. Again, questioning you as a business owner, do you believe that there will be an additional costs to businesses if this should pass into law, that now they're going to have to redo their employment forms to specify that they do or do not offer coverage?
I think if there's any cost associated with it, it may in fact be de minimis and it'll be a stamp. Okay. I don't see it as a cost that's going to have a significant impact on a business.
May I follow up with another question, Mr. President? Thank you. Senator, do you know if there's anything in New Hampshire law that prohibits the ability of an employee to ask a prospective employee if they use contraceptives?
Would you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Do you know if there's anything that's in current statute that would prevent an employer from asking an employee if they use contraceptives?
I don't know of anything in law, but it certainly seems like a most peculiar question to ask.
Thank you for making my point.
Senator Pierce for a question. Senator Hosmer.
Great exercise today. I think the point is that I think the implication of these questions is that women should arrive at a job interview ready to talk about their sexual life. Do you think that is something that we should be supporting here in the Senate?
Once again, it seems to be a follow-up question to my colleague from District 14. It seems like a peculiar topic to bring up in a job interview, whereas it seems very simple that since contraception is prevalent and a very important part of many people's lives, that it would seem to be not take much of an effort to inform people that it's not covered under the insurance program being offered by an employer.
Thank you, Senator Hosmer.
Senator Paul Clark, question of?
Senator Hosmer. Thank you, Senator Hosmer. Very much glad to see that you're getting a little extra exercise today. I wanted to ask you if you were aware of the fact that New Hampshire passed legislation in the early 2000s mandating that insurance companies cover contraception for women. And the concern now if you could help me to understand this, is that because of that having been passed, most women assume that they're going to be able to get coverage, and this is a mechanism to address that problem. Is that true?
I can't speak to that directly, but it makes sense.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? I'm all set, Senator Sanborn. There's no further speakers. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? Roll call. A roll call has been requested by Senator Pierce, seconded by Senator Lasky. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Woodburn.
Yes.
Senator Forrester.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Pierce.
Yes.
Senator Cataldo.
No.
Senator Hosmer.
Yes.
Senator Little.
No.
Senator Sanborn.
No.
Senator Kelly.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Lasky.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Feltes.
Yes.
Senator Booton.
No.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Fuller Clark.
Yes.
Senator Prescott.
No.
Senator Stiles.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The amendment fails on a 12-12 tie. Senator Prescott.
I move the table.
Move to table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's been tabled. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 47, an act repealing the payment of subminimum wages to persons with disabilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Susie for the committee.
Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of Senate Bill 47. This bill was a request of the committee established last session that studied the payment of subminimum wages to persons with disabilities. The committee worked with all stakeholders and came up with a unanimous recommendation to submit Senate Bill 47 for this session. This bill would prohibit employers from employing individuals with disabilities at an hourly rate lower than the federal minimum wage. No New Hampshire employers currently pay a subminimum wage, and no employers have recently filed for a waiver from the federal government to do so. Eliminating this discriminatory practice of paying subminimum wages to disabled individuals is long overdue. It's an important step in supporting fair and equal opportunities for all of our citizens. The unanimous Commerce Committee asks for your support of Senate Bill 47. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susie. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Hosmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 47 and thank the Commerce Committee for its hard work on this bill and its unanimous vote to repeal subminimum wages in New Hampshire. I believe it's time to ensure that members of our developmentally disabled community are treated as equals when it comes to hourly wages. Outdated myths that subminimum wages create employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities, which otherwise would not be available, have clearly been shown to be inaccurate. Evidence from the Bureau of Developmental Services contradicts this myth. Project Search. It's an organization here in New Hampshire that offers a promising pathway into employment in workforce sectors untraditionally tapped. Project Search, in conjunction with business community vocational rehab, has been effective in workforce training, internships, soft skill training. The key here, as we've heard not only last year when this bill came up in one version to create the study committee, as well as during the course of the summer when this issue was studied, is that job matching with skills and talents with particular employers is key to full integration. To paraphrase Supreme Court case in 1999, which is Olmstead versus LC, people with disabilities have a right to spend their lives in the most integrated setting appropriate for them as individuals. By repeal of subminimum wages for the disabled, we fully integrate those with disabilities into the workforce and into our communities. We are promoting policies and practices that ensure equal opportunity for all individuals with disabilities. We are empowering individuals with disabilities to achieve economic self-sufficiency, independent living, and inclusion and integration into all aspects of society. So again, I commend the Commerce Committee on its work, and I ask my colleagues to support SB 47. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hosmer. Senator D'Alessandro for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the gallery, we have some outstanding fourth graders from Goffstown from the Maple Ave Elementary School. Welcome, Maple Avenue.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 47. Are you ready for the question?
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Hosmer.
Senator Sanborn.
Sanborn.
Senator Sanborn. Close.
I take it as a compliment, Mr. President.
You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Woodburn.
Yes.
Senator Forster.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Pierce.
Yes.
Senator Cataldo.
Yes.
Senator Hosmer.
Yes.
Senator Little.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Kelly.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Lasky.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Feltes.
Yes.
Senator Booton.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Fuller Clark.
Yes.
Senator Prescott.
Yes.
Senator Stiles.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes.
24.
The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted 24-0, and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 104FN, an act relative to licensure of research organizations by Pharmacy Board, having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Pierce for the committee.
Senator Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass with amendment for Senate Bill 104FN. Current New Hampshire law provides no transparent and legal process for biotech research organizations to obtain prescription drugs for research purposes. Massachusetts has this law, and the 128 corridor outside of Boston has boomed because of it. But because New Hampshire law does not give its biotech companies this very simple tool, New Hampshire businesses are put at a competitive disadvantage. SB 104, as amended by the committee, would change that. SB 104 would permit research organizations that conduct research relating to prescription drugs to obtain a license from the Pharmacy Board to engage in this type of activity. These firms' access to prescription drugs for research is vital to discovering new, safer, and improved medicines, diagnostics, and biopharmaceutical manufacturing technologies. This bill is critical to supporting New Hampshire's emerging biotech sector, including many of the firms operating out of the Dartmouth Regional Technical Center in my district and throughout the state. Please join the unanimous Commerce Committee and vote ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pierce. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 104FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 107FN, an act prohibiting collective bargaining agreements that require employees to join or contribute to the labor union. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Cataldo for the committee.
Senator
Thank you,
Cataldo.
Mr. President. I move ought to pass Senate Bill 107FN. The bill prohibits collective bargaining agreements that require employees to join or contribute to a labor union. This bill will protect workers' individual ability to regulate for themselves and will show to decide for themselves if they would like to join a union and pay union dues. Please join the majority of the committee in order to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cataldo. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question? Senator Pierce, with a question of Senator Cataldo?
Yes, Mr. President.
Susie.
Senator, thank you for taking my question. Senator, the data show that the average worker makes 3.2% less than a similar worker in a non-right-to-work state, that the incidence of employer-sponsored health insurance is 2.6% lower in right-to-work states. The incidence of employer-sponsored retirement plans is 4.8% lower in right-to-work states. Do you believe this is the direction New Hampshire should be going?
I don't think the information you're giving is true, because all the places I've worked always paid equal pay to everyone and equal to what the union people were getting paid also. Thank you for the question.
Follow-up? It may, whether or not this comports with your experience, the data do show this. And based on making legislation based on evidence, is this the direction New Hampshire should be going?
I think we'll leave it up to the committee here. If the senators, let's vote on it, see what happens. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cataldo. Senator Susi to speak.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator Hosmer for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this legislation. We have debated this issue many times, and once again, and has always been the case, I believe that the so-called right-to-work bill is wrong for New Hampshire. There are some that purport that this bill is about freedom, but let me tell you, it simply is not. The state of New Hampshire should not be interfering with the rights of businesses and their employees to freely negotiate contracts. So-called right to work would lower wages, which would be disastrous and have ripple effects through our state's small businesses that rely on people's spending. What does right to work do for workers? Well, as you heard in the question asked by Senator Pierce, right to work is associated with lower wages and benefits for both union and non-union workers. In right to work states, the average worker makes 3.2% less than a similar worker in a non-right to work state. The incidence of employer-supported health insurance, 2.6 percentage points lower in right to work states. The incidence of employer-sponsored retirement plans, 4.8% lower in right-to-work states. Why would we want that for our citizens and our workers in the state of New Hampshire? The evidence clearly demonstrates why right-to-work is the wrong answer for New Hampshire's economy. Through cutting wages, right-to-work may undermine New Hampshire's small businesses, which depend on the state's residents having wages to spend. Additionally, through reducing the number of people with insurance and state health care, we endanger our workforce. According to multiple quality of life measures, New Hampshire significantly outperforms right-to-work states. Thus, it appears right-to-work states should be trying to become more like New Hampshire, instead of New Hampshire becoming more like them. Here in New Hampshire, we pride ourselves on doing things the New Hampshire way. Right-to-work is simply not the New Hampshire way, not what is good for our businesses or our employers, and I would ask that you vote against the committee recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Hosmer for a question of
Senator Cataldo.
Senator Cataldo.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. My question is, if collective bargaining has resulted in a wage scale, benefit structure, work safety improvements, anti-retaliation rules, paid sick days, employer deferred compensation plans, overtime policies, and vacations, isn't it only fair that workers who choose not to join organized labor at least pay a nominal agency fee to support the bargaining group that secured these workplace benefits?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I can tell you one thing. My 50-odd years of working and the 17 different states that I worked at, I got the same pay as the union people. No bargaining whatsoever. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Senator.
Any further questions? Any discussion? The Question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 107 FN. Senator Bradley to speak.
Question of Senator Susi.
Senator Susi.
Senator Susi, thank you for taking my question. Are you aware of a major manufacturer in the Newport region, Sturm Ruger, that chose an expansion outside of New Hampshire almost exclusively because New Hampshire is not a right-to-work state, and that cost us many jobs?
Senator, I am aware that there was press coverage that in fact was the case. I think there were probably other factors involved as well. But I can tell you, by the same token, there have not been any businesses reported to Dred that have avoided coming to New Hampshire because it isn't a right-to-work state. In fact, our quality of life and many other factors attract businesses to our state.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call has been requested by Senator Reagan and seconded by Senator Sanborn. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 107. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Woodburn.
No.
Senator Forrester.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Pierce.
No.
Senator Cataldo.
Yes.
Senator Hosmer.
No.
Senator Little.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Kelly.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Lasky.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Feltes.
No.
Senator Booton.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Fuller Clark.
No.
Senator Prescott.
Yes.
Senator Stiles.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The motion fails 12-12. Senator Bradley.
I move to table Senate Bill 107.
Motion is to table. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 107 is on the table, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 110 FN, an act establishing the Administrative Supervision Act. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Pierce for the committee.
Senator Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 110 FN ought to pass. This bill will establish the Administrative Supervision Act and is a request of the New Hampshire Insurance Department. SB 110 will give the insurance commissioner a new tool he or she can use to protect consumers against an insurance company that is in financial peril. Administrative supervision would allow the Department of Insurance to intervene before an insurance company goes down, but in a much less interventionist manner than the current other options we have of rehabilitation or liquidation. And, it's important to note, can be invoked only with the company's express consent. The Administrative Supervision Act also requires that information disclosed in the process is kept confidential in an effort to protect the firm's market reputation as it regains its footing. The department worked with industry stakeholders on this bill who testified that they do not oppose Senate Bill 110. Please join the unanimous committee vote and vote ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pierce. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 110. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 156 FN, an act prohibiting discrimination against employees who are victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
I move to table Senate Bill 156. Thank you.
Motion is to table. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. We've tabled Senate Bill 156, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 178, an act relative to optometrists' participation in vision insurance plans. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Prescott for the committee.
Senator Prescott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 178. This bill prohibits insurers providing benefits for medical or hospital expenses for eye care from requiring an optometrist to participate in a separate vision plan as a condition to be a participating provider in the insurer's network. Passing Senate Bill 178 will make sure New Hampshire residents will have uninterrupted access to primary eye care. Please join the unanimous committee and vote ought to pass. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prescott. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 178. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 223FN, an act relative to name availability for business organizations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Susi for the committee.
Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of Senate Bill 223. This bill was sponsored on behalf of the Governor's Live Free and Start initiative, and it would modify the name availability standard for business organizations. The bill would allow for smoother interactions between our state government and businesses when filing for a business name, which is often the first interaction a new business has with our state. This bill seeks to eliminate some of the subjectivity in the approval process for new business names and is an important step to make New Hampshire a friendly place to start a business. Please join the unanimous Commerce Committee and vote ought to pass on Senate Bill 223 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion?
Roll call.
Roll call is requested by Senator Susi and seconded by Senator Pierce. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 223 FN. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Woodburn.
Yes.
Senator Forster.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Pierce.
Yes.
Senator Cataldo.
Yes.
Senator Hosmer.
Yes.
Senator Little.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Kelly.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Lasky.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Feltes.
Yes.
Senator Booton.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Fuller Clark.
Yes.
Senator Prescott.
Yes.
Senator Stiles.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes.
24.
The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's 24-0, ordered to third reading.
Recess.
Senator Kelly. Senate will be in recess for 5 minutes. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 195 FN, an act requiring instruction in cursive handwriting and memorization of multiplication tables. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Stiles for the committee.
Senator Stiles.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 195. The bill amended by the committee encourages continued instruction in cursive writing and memorization of the multiplication tables. These are skills that both current and future generations of students need to be able to read and interpret the historical documents of our founding fathers, as well as understand and answer math problems quickly. Please join the majority of the Education Committee in voting to pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Stiles. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I voted against the bill, as you can see, in committee. I did so because it's not necessary. There's nothing in statute that says that you cannot teach handwriting or multiplication problems or to memorize them. There's nothing in statute that prohibits any district from doing that. This is a local control issue. Each school district can make these decisions. I think that sometimes we go too far in what we legislate, and I think this is one of those bills that is not necessary and can be left up to the local school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we so often hear, Senator Kelly and I are on the same page on this. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Abide.
Kelly? Just a simple question. Yeah, Yes, Senator, thank you for your position, and I know where you stand on it. And we're not for mandates, and we are for local control, but is there any problem with the idea or the concept of just preserving it if it's already being taught?
And I think that every school district senator can make that decision. It's just not necessary to put this into statute and into law.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 195. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 228 FNL, an act relative to the maximum total education grant, adjustment of the stabilization grants, adequate education funding for full-day kindergarten pupils. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 228. This bill increases the amount of the total education grant which could be distributed to a municipality. It repeals the limit on total education grants distributed to municipalities effective July 1st, 2016, and it increases funding for pupils attending full-day kindergarten programs and reduces stabilization grants to municipalities which have less than the state average of number of pupils receiving a free or reduced lunch. This bill represents a continuing effort from the last budget to address the adequacy issue and to ensure that all students are counted as complete students and that we fully fund adequacy so that each student in the state receives the grant that is due to them. Please join the majority of the Education Committee in voting to pass this important measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Stiles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 228 is the next step needed in education funding. Our community has asked for stability, and that was provided in the bill 4 years ago that Senator Roush and I worked diligently on. At that time, we identified the individual needs of students, included the CPI, which had not been in place before, and told school districts that they would not lose the amount received in the previous year by establishing a stability grant. That stability grant, a total of $158 million, was over and above the adequacy allocation for that number of students enrolled in those schools. In order to stay within the Education Trust Fund, it was necessary at that time to put a cap on the growth of enrollment. So the cap was set at 105%. Senator Waters has identified the details of the bill, so I won't repeat them. Remember, next year we have 40 schools that would exceed the 108% cap that was raised last year. School funding is a partnership between the state and the local community. If a district has 500 students, they should get adequacy adjustment for 500 students. If a district has 1,000 students, then the adjustment should be for 1,000 students. Adequacy dollars should move up and down depending on the enrollment. We should eventually get to providing adequacy for each half-day or full-day kindergarten students in the district while also identifying support for our poorer communities. This continues to be a good policy bill. I would ask my colleagues to pass this piece of legislation and agree to put it on the table, giving the Finance Committee the opportunity to address any financial challenges when the budget is developed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Stiles. Senator D'Alessandro to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've been around here since the beginning of education funding. I think it's reasonable for all of us to assume there are changes that take place in the student population, the movement of that student population. Senators Roush and Stiles worked on a program that helped us to some extent. Senator Waters has worked on a program that helps us a little further. What we want to avoid is litigation. We want to avoid litigation. This piece of legislation helps us to do that. That's very important. It's expensive, and it's a waste of time. So anything that we can do that promotes moving us forward is something that we should do. And I agree with both senators that it is something that should be and will be included in the budget. But it's the right thing to do at this time because we all witness the movements that are taking place. Some districts are gaining students, some districts are losing students. Our student population is in a downward trend as we speak. So changes have to be made that allow us to remain in compliance with the law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Any further discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 228 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senator Reagan.
Mr. President, I move to table.
You too right.
Motion is to table. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've tabled Senate Bill 228 FN. And the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 183, an act allowing the Fish and Game Department to offer lifetime hunting and fishing licenses for newborns. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Little for the committee.
Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 183 ought to pass with amendment. This bill was a request of the Fish and Game Department and allows for the sale of discounted lifetime hunting and fishing licenses for residents who have not yet reached their first birthday. And sadly, my grandson is 14 months old. The committee amended the bill to set the fee for a combination hunting and freshwater fishing lifetime license for residents under 1 year old at $300 as requested by the Fish and Game Department. The committee believes that this bill would encourage participation in hunting and fishing in the state by allowing both parents and grandparents to purchase newborn licenses for their children and grandchildren to enjoy these recreations for a lifetime. Therefore, the committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 183. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Little. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 183. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. And the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 125 FN, an act relative to certification and licensure for mold assessment or remediation services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 125 FN ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 125 requires persons providing residential mold assessment or remediation services for mold contamination in residential dwellings be certified by certain professional organizations and licensed by the Joint Board. The amendment states that any person holding a current New Hampshire pesticide applicator registration certificate be exempt from the licensing requirements under RSA 430:33. The committee believes this legislation is a consumer protection measure, assuring the consumer that services received are from competent professionals. The ED&A committee voted favorably 4-0 and asks for your support in its adoption. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 125. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, the motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 155 FNA, an act establishing a recovery fund for victims of financial resource mortgage, FRM, fraud, and continually appropriating a special fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 155 FN ought to pass. Senate Bill 155 FN would establish a recovery fund for victims of the financial resources mortgage fraud and continually appropriate a special fund. This bill establishes a process for restitution assistance for victims of the financial resources mortgage fraud. Under this bill, the FRM Recovery Fund Committee shall award assistance from the FRM Recovery Fund for such victims. The ED&A Committee voted 4 to 1 in favor and asked for your support in its adoption. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 155 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 28 FN, an act establishing the Transitional Housing Unit Maintenance Fund and authorizing the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections to make deposits into the fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5 to 1. Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 28 FN inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to establish a restricted fund to cover basic repairs and maintenance to the Department of Corrections transitional housing units, i.e. the community halfway houses. Inmates who work outside of the prison and reside in these units are charged a daily room and board fee, a portion of which would be dedicated to this fund. Members of the Finance Committee questioned addressing such maintenance issues more appropriately through the capital budget request. It was also suggested such maintenance money may already exist somewhere in the current budget. The Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 28 FN be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask my colleagues to overturn the inexpedient to legislate and allow me to offer an amendment that addresses the situation, allows for the fund to be for a fund to be established, and doesn't affect the operating budget in any way. I think one of the things that we try to do when a person goes to the halfway house is learn how they can sustain themselves, but also sustain the environment that they're working in. I think I've addressed that in this amendment. Hopefully you'll vote this down, allow me to introduce the amendment, vote on the amendment, and I think we've solved the budget problem as well as the maintenance problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 28 FN. Is there any further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 95, an act relative to the authority of the Department of State. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Little for the committee.
Senator Little.
Mr. President, I move to table this bill.
The motion is to table on Senate Bill 95. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've tabled Senate Bill 95. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 192 FN, an act permitting the Department of Revenue Administration to conduct employee and candidate background checks and establishing the position of tax policy analysis within the department. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6 to 0. Senator Hosmer for the committee.
Senator Hosmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 192 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill allows the Department of Revenue Administration to require not only the existing state criminal background checks for prospective new employees, but federal criminal background checks as well. SB 192FN also codifies the position of tax policy analyst within the department. The amendment corrects two minor administrative references as well, which had been mistakenly contained in the original bill. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of, with amendment, of Senate Bill 192FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hosmer. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 192FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. And Senator Woodburn?
Could call for a recess.
Senate is in recess for 3 minutes.
Senate is out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 233 FNA, an act relative to state revenue and expenditures for fiscal year 2015. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-2. Senator Morse for the committee.
Senator Morse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 233FN inexpedient to legislate. This bill would authorize the transfer of several dedicated funds, draw down the self-insured fund reserved by $5 million, and request additional lapse from the legislative and judicial branches in 2015. The February revenue report that was just released shows revenues $35 million above plan. Therefore, this legislation is unnecessary. Additionally, just 2 weeks ago, the Senate voted to protect the integrity and the use of dedicated funds. This piece of legislation would raid dedicated funds from Fish and Game, the Motorcycle Rider Safety Fund, the Navigation Safety Fund, and the Inventory Fund for motor vehicle plates. It would be completely inconsistent to the vote to keep dedicated funds soon after we just decided to protect them. 2015 is not balanced because we have a spending problem. However, rather than raid dedicated funds, the state should spend only what it can afford and live within a budget that all 24 members of this body and the governor voted to support. For these reasons, the Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 233 FN be found inexpedient to legislate and ask for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion?
Senator Pierce for a question.
Senator Pierce for a question?
Yes, Senator Morse. Or, I apologize, the senator from District 22. Sorry about that. Thank you for taking my question. Senator, didn't the legislature sign off on additional appropriations through legislation and the fiscal committee that need to be paid for? And wouldn't this bill help accomplish that?
No. The legislature in the fiscal committee has done several things to basically make sure the budget comes in. One of them was the governor's order to reduce spending by $18 million, which has already happened. This bill here is basically authorizing spending that we don't agree with. And as a body, we shouldn't agree with. There's back of the budget lines right now, that basically say, and that's in House Bill 1, not in 2, for people that like to call that the gimmicks, that say the fact is if the revenues don't come in, then spending needs to be reduced. It says that in law. You all voted for that. And basically, what this piece of legislation tries to do is take and reauthorize what's going on in certain areas and make spending available, and I don't think that's acceptable.
Additional appropriations included the mental health lawsuit settlement. And I believe the Senate instructed HHS to take the money for that out of its laps to pay for the health protection program. But to balance the budget, don't we still need to reach the total lapse figure?
Well, that's a good example of what I don't believe is happening in government right now. And I've been here a long time chairing finance and now being Senate President looking at budgets. $5.7 million. $5.7 million is what you authorized in spending to solve that problem that you're talking about. We authorized it. The department still doesn't think it's paid for. The accounting system says it's paid for. They're carrying it on their dashboard in Health and Human Services right now that they're short $5.7 million. That's not true. It's already been paid for. The governor's office authorized it. So we've lived up to what we said we were going to do. So that if your statement is, we said we'd spend this and we're not going to pay for it, that's not true. It's been paid for. It's already been authorized to be paid for. They don't have that deficit right now in that department. And you touched on something else that I would like to talk about, because this is purely about decisions. Do you know last year in 14 when we were balancing the budget and we were talking about the fact that Health and Human Services couldn't make it to where they had to be, that they had $50 million in shortfalls? And I can assure you, I could probably bring dashboard after dashboard after dashboard where that department is always carrying these kind of numbers. But the reality is, on the dashboard, it said that department needed to carry a lapse of $23 million. We've just found out in the last month in finance that Health and Human Services carried a $31 million lapse to the end of the 14 budget. I can assure you the department didn't know that because their dashboard didn't reflect it. So we make choices when the budget leaves the legislature. We make choices on how we want to govern, and I'm telling you those choices are not reflected, at least from what we built in the budget, in this bill that's before us today.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to recognize Senator D'Alessandro for our introduction of guests.
Thank you, Madam President. In the gallery, we have the second entourage from the Maple Avenue School in Goffstown. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Feltes for speaking.
Okay, the present motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Feltes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a question for Senator Morse. Thank you, Senator Morse, for taking my question. Part of what this legislation goes to is our legislative budget. Last year, the state Senate budget didn't meet its lapse, in part because of expenditures on furniture and otherwise. The executive branch and the judicial branch are tightening their belt. Why shouldn't the state Senate do the same thing?
We did. And for anyone that wants to talk about choices, the Senate made a choice. The back of the budget cut, which I know people call gimmicks, it's not. There's $1 million back of the budget cut in the legislative branch. $1 million. The Senate is about 15-16% of the budget in the legislative branch. The Senate decided, in order to do the accounting, that they would give back $250,000. They only needed to give back $150,000 as their share of the back of the budget cut. But what we decided to do was give back the $250,000 there. You want to look directly at the lapse line. The Senate couldn't meet the lapse line, but others did in the legislative branch. The legislative branch made $1 million back of the budget cut, a $500,000 lapse amount, and gave back an additional $20,000. That was the legislative branch. And I can assure you this year, as we stand this year, and I know it's hard on Republicans and on Democrats. The legislative branch right now in the Senate will meet our $1 million back of the budget cut. Our lapse has grown to $600,000 this year, and right now we're carrying over $200,000 above that as our lapse. We're doing our job, and we're living within our means in the legislative branch, and I applaud you all for helping me with that, because I know it's been difficult.
Senator Lasky?
Thank you, President. A question for a senator from District 22. You may take another swig. Thank you for taking my question, Senator Morse. Regardless of where the general fund may end up, can we agree that the plea-by-mail revenues that fund our state police detectives, and which are already underfunded and with 4 vacancies, and the money from this goes to crime labs that are coming in under plan?
And when I talk about the law, I just want you to understand, and I know everybody can't read every page of the budget, but it's very, very specific in House Bill 1 that if certain accounts don't take in the revenue that they're supposed to take in, that they need to reduce spending. Now, when we talk about the plea-by-mail account, I think it's important to understand what's happened in government. We have choices. You have no choice in that line. This is just like the $7 million debate about our nursing homes. We built a budget that we honestly believed you shouldn't touch those lines. We built a budget that says if plea-by-mail doesn't come in to the numbers that we expect it to come into, then you need to reduce spending in those lines. I want to point out something, because what's being said right now is we're $1 million short. That's what you're going to suggest in a minute, I know that. And reality is, let me point out where the growth is. 2012, 6.1 million. 2013, 6.6 million. 2014, 7.5 million. 2015, we jumped to 8.3 million in that budget. There's almost a $900,000 difference in that budget in 1 year. If we knew coming out of 14 we had problems, wouldn't you hold back spending in those lines? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious we could function at the level we functioned at in 14 and not increase spending to $900,000 more dollars, and we wouldn't have a problem.
Further questions? Thank you. I understand certainly, what you're saying, but how would you solve that problem? Would you eliminate more state police detectives, or the crime labs that go out and process the crime scenes? How would you solve that problem?
To be honest with you, back in 2014, in the beginning, I told the governor my suggestions for holding back on spending. But quite honestly, this body votes on revenues and expenditures, the House and the Senate. And then when it leaves, it goes to the executive branch. That's really their decision. Obviously, my discussions with the governor didn't happen, because I don't think we'd be in this predicament right now. Remember, 9 months of debates about the revenues not coming in. And here we stand in March of a year that ends in June, and we're $35 million ahead. And all we debated during that whole 9 months was that the revenues aren't going to come in. The first executive order reduced spending by $18 million because revenues aren't going to come in. I don't think anybody in this body agrees that we should have taken $3 million out of the university system or made a cut to the community college system. I don't think you people agree to that. But we had to do it in fiscal because it was a governor's solution, and we did it. But reality is those choices aren't made here. Those choices are made by the executive branch, and how they get down to the number, I think, is very important. We've already debated the nursing homes. Nobody believes that we should be doing it. That was a 6-0 vote in finance. that we shouldn't be cutting the $7 million from those lines. I think we've set up priorities in the Senate, how they balance the end of the year. I've told you before, $50 million on the dashboard in Health and Human Services, let's just go back and research it. It's normal.
Thank you.
Questions? Senator Feltes.
Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. President. Some of this is management within the legislative branch, including the issue of what the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee did a few weeks ago, which put on hold and put in peril federal grants already awarded to the state of New Hampshire. Why would the Joint Fiscal Committee do that?
Well, that's a good question, and I think as these questions come up as to why the legislative branch needs to be solving the spending problem, I'll give you that document. Because we went down, the finance chair and I, and asked for every one of the items that were tabled in fiscal to ask if they're included in the budget. 3 of the major items are from back in August. 3 of them. A $1.9 million item is in that document. They're not included in the governor's budget that she delivered. So how important is it? How important is it that we pass those in that committee? I think it's more important that the fiscal committee take the time to slow down, do what Senator Forrester and I did, and find out what these items actually do. If you buy a vehicle, somebody's going to drive it. Somebody's got to fuel it. Somebody's got to insure it. Nobody asks those questions. And I think that's all the fiscal did. Everybody says, well, was it a general fund item or was it federal money? What's the difference? They all get debated when we build the budget. We all talk about it. I mean, every single item that comes into the budget that's something new, we debate it. I don't think fiscal did anything wrong. I think that document shows it. I'm not suggesting that the executive branch did anything wrong not putting them in the budget, but they knew about them since August. They had a hell of a lot more time to come explain it to us than we had in that meeting. So I think it's important that we work together on expenses and where we think the state needs to go.
Senator Bradley for a question of?
Question of Senator Felts.
I'm sorry, Senator, he did not speak.
Then
He
can
just
I
asked-
request to speak?
You may.
Senator Felts, since I can't ask you this question, I'll just outline it for you, and perhaps you would want to respond to it. You raised the issue of legislative spending, and perhaps you're aware, perhaps you're not aware. In fiscal 13, the Senate spent 84.2% of its budget, and in fiscal 14, spent 89.1% of its budget. Maybe this is what you're not aware of, but the executive branch in fiscal 13 spent 93% of its budget, almost 10% more than the legislative branch. And in fiscal 14, 92% of its budget. So it's not to claim that either one of us, executive or legislative, spent more than we should have. It's just a comparison. Perhaps you're not aware of it, but you're aware of it now.
The motion is expedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Hosmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to oppose the Finance Committee's recommendation of ITL. Encourage my colleagues to vote this motion down. SB 233 was introduced to ensure a balanced budget for fiscal year 2015. We have faced a number of challenges in fiscal year 2015, from additional appropriations approved by the legislature to increased caseloads due to changes in federal regulations. This bill ensures that we end the year with a balanced budget. While recent revenues have been coming in as planned, we must always act conservatively in order to ensure a balanced budget, and that's what this bill tries to do. I do want to recognize the governor's leadership in ensuring that we close the fiscal year with a balanced budget. In addition to this bill, she has also worked with the Department of Health and Human Services to make tough choices in light of increased caseloads and additional appropriations to implement a plan to keep its spending below its appropriation, implemented an $18 million in executive branch reductions through an executive order, and instituted a freeze on hiring purchasing, and out-of-state travel. No one is spending any money that the legislature hasn't authorized and isn't required by law. Yes, we've had an unexpected Medicaid caseload growth. Most of our Medicaid caseloads are children, and we have always been required by state and federal law to pay for it. No one likes budget reductions, but the fiscally responsible thing to do is to make difficult decisions. I think we can all agree that the plea-by-mail revenue is coming in under projections. This revenue funds state police detectives and crime labs. Are we saying that Are we saying that just because we don't like this one proposal that we risk public safety by eliminating state police detectives? And if the rest of state government is making budget reductions, why is the legislature not participating? The governor's office reduced their budget by almost 9% through the governor's executive order last fall. This bill reduces the legislature's budget by less than 5%. Are we saying that this legislature cannot find the money to do this? Madam Chair, thank you for this opportunity, and I ask my colleagues to oppose the Finance Committee's recommendation of ITL. Thank you.
Senator Forster for a question?
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. First, with Senate Bill 233, do you support rating dedicated funds? Because that's what this bill would do.
I support us having, right now, a balanced budget that's conservative in spending, and my suggestion with Senate Bill 233, it's a request for the legislature to tighten its belt, just like all the other executive departments have been requested to do.
Follow up? Yes. Do you think it's fiscally responsible to raid the nursing homes of the $7 million?
There's no rate of $7 million, and I think we both know that. We both sat through the hearing. It was not a rate of $7 million. It's an inflated amount. Nonetheless, I think what the governor's responsibility to do, and our responsibility as well, to have a responsible approach to revenues and expenditures and make sure we have a balanced budget and we're prepared to look to a prosperous future.
Follow-up question? So, Senator, if you were governor, would you have authorized the $7 million raid in the nursing homes and the home health care agencies?
I appreciate the premise of the question, but I'm not going to assume the mantle of governor. Thank you, Senator.
The motion is inexpedient to legislate. And I see Senator Pierce has a question. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hosmer, for taking my question. I'm confused. I'm not on finance, and I don't pretend to know the budget as with the encyclopedic knowledge many people in here do. But I've been hearing the last few weeks about a $7 million raid on nursing homes, and you just said it's not a $7 million raid. It's my understanding also that what's happening is that there's a planned increase that has been rolled back, and that amount is less than $2 million. Can you clear all that up for me, please?
I believe the question, and as simplified as I can make it, is it's asking nursing homes to forego a rate increase for the next 3 months.
Follow up? And does that forbearance amount to $7 million?
No, it does not, based on the calculations we received from LBA during the course of the hearings this week.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Feltus, you have a question of? Yes.
Thank you, Senator Hosmer, for taking my question. Do you think it's fair to incorporate in a budget a back-of-the-budget cut, and then when management decisions are made, then raise a fuss about it?
I guess that's the question that we have to answer as a body. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Forster, a question of? Yes.
Senator Hosmer, Senator from District 7. Thank you for taking my question. As you know, we all worked on a budget that all 24 of us supported. The governor signed into law. Part of that budget was appropriating specific amount to the nursing homes and the home health care agencies. We had a footnote in the budget that directed that. That was our legislative intent. We actually had it in a footnote, and the governor chose not to, actually chose to, in my opinion, ignore budget law. Do you agree with that?
I don't practice law. I don't pretend to know whether she ignored anything, and I don't pretend to know what she and her staff do in regards to that.
Follow? Yes, follow. If we have budget law, everybody agrees to it, governor signed it into law, and it says we appropriate $7 million to the nursing homes and the home health care agencies. Do you believe it is correct to ignore that law?
I think what the governor is trying to do, and I think that all of us appreciate it, is we are trying to tighten the belt where necessary, that we need to be conservative with tax dollars in anticipation that they may or may not meet the revenue projected or that we may have a surplus. I think the idea of trying to be responsible in regards to all the agencies affected entails that there are going to be cuts made in certain areas that not all of us agree upon. And I think there are aspects of this bill that we probably can all agree upon. Department of Administrative Services made it quite clear we could go from 5% to 3%. That was fiscally prudent and would free up money that the state needs. So there are certain things that can be done here. We may not all agree with them, but we're talking about we're all sharing in this together. All agencies have to share in it. It's particularly unfortunate, as I made quite clear in our committee hearing this week, that we find residents of our nursing home in the crosshairs of this. But we're all responsible for this budget. The cuts, the back of the budget cuts, I will characterize as gimmicky. I don't think they're up front. I think it becomes problematic, and now it becomes part of a partisan political battle.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for the question, Senator.
I think that, as you heard in Senate Finance, we learned that there were some errors made on the dashboard that actually don't require that amount. And the senator from District 2 talked about it, the 5.7 that was left off that actually was appropriated to mental health that didn't get, appropriated. So there's some errors in the dashboard that, as we stand today, if we need to make cuts, it does not need to be balanced on the backs of the nursing homes, on the backs of our most frail Medicaid recipients. And I think you heard from the Sisters of the Holy Cross the other day that they believe, as I think everybody in the committee did, that this was not a fiscally responsible cut to make. And I applaud everyone who was in Senate Finance that day who voted 6-0 to support not raiding this fund or these dollars.
I appreciate the question again, Senator. I wish you had that insight back in two budget cycles ago when there was a $30 million cut made to nursing homes that you voted for and supported.
Thank you.
Okay. The motion is an expedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to make a few clarifying remarks with this $7 million situation, just to clarify it. The nursing homes lost $1.9 million. A rate had been set in January. The rate was continued, but the rate was not enhanced. So $1.9 million was the number. Let's focus on that. That's the nursing home number. The $5.1 million number was for the community care number. So you take those two numbers, you add them together, and you get $7 million. That rate increase will continue until June 30th, because the rates are set in January and in July. So there'll be a new rate increase in July. Okay. Those monies are matched with federal dollars. That 1.9 gets a match, that 5.1 gets a match, just so that we all know fiscally where we're moving and the numbers are really true out there. So the nursing home number was 1.9. And no one has more empathy for the sisters than I do. I worked in a parochial environment for a long period of time. I taught in a parochial environment. Those nuns would have come up lame if Sister Amy Hoey didn't get them on Social Security because they had nothing. We ought to blame the diocese, who gave them nothing in terms of their wages, set them in those convents, made them stay there, didn't pay them a dime, and made them teach. And most of those nuns were undereducated, to be honest with you. Most of them didn't even have college educations. But anyway, that's the issue when it comes to finances. That's the money. It isn't 7 million, it's 1.9 million, which will be matched by the federal share of another 1.9 million. So if we get the numbers straight, then we can focus in on the items. And when the dashboard comes to the fiscal committee, the Health and Human Services Commissioner has the authority to make changes within his number. I mean, that's the law. We're talking about law, that's the law. If we have a bone of contention, that's how we address it. We gave him that authority. I remember when we gave the Health and Human Services Commission total authority. House Bill 28. Any of you remember that? We gave the Commissioner of Health and Human Services so much authority that the damn governor had nothing to say. Nothing. We abrogated all of that responsibility to the Commissioner of Health and Human Services. And he was going to save us millions and millions of dollars. I think the senator from District 3 remembers that. He was going to save us millions. What happened? Weren't millions saved. We had to withdraw the authority and reconstitute the department. We had to reconstitute the department. So we've all made mistakes in this life. And we suffer from them as we move forward, and hopefully we move forward. So that's the issue with regard to the money. The decision-making process is something else. But that's the correct issue with regard to the money. It was 1.9 million, it was 5.1 million. Both of those numbers are matched by a federal appropriation. That's how you get 14 million as the number. Okay? That's it. That's it. And I say to Senator from District 4, I want to thank Sister Nathaniel, my 8th grade teacher, who made me study the multiplication tables. Okay? Because without that push, I wouldn't have made it this far. So God bless you, Sister Nathaniel, for all of the work you did. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Morse, for the second time.
I'd just like to clarify a few things. First of all, you don't have a choice in this room to balance the budget. It's required by law. So as we skip 2 points of law that we were already skipping in the last month, whether it comes to Health and Human Services, and we can debate that $1.9 million number. Quite honestly, it's difficult to get numbers out of the department, Senator. But whether they came from the lobbyists that started this debate, and that's why they were so uptight the other day in the room, they can't even get a sit-down to find out how it works. So we are talking about $3.8 million right now on one issue. But the rest of that money affects seniors. But let's go backwards. The reality is, our budget requires it to be balanced. And for 9 months, we've been talking about revenues. Revenues. And only probably even under the scenario we were talking about them, what was it, 5 million off? 10 million off? But that's where we were. And here we are today talking about expenses. Plea by mail. They want to spend $900,000 more. That's what they want to spend. And they can't do it. Why? Because we're back at the budget gimmick? Baloney. Finance talked about gimmicks. We talked about gimmicks. Here are the back of the budget cuts. Republicans and Democrats. Different governors. Back of the budget cuts. It's the way we balance the budget. I don't want to tell you why we got there this time, because we tried to eliminate it as a finance committee. We won't go there today, because I don't think it helps us. The reality of today is we are doing fine as a state taking in money. We need to find a way to get to the end game. I honestly believe it should have started 9 months ago. And the reality is we wouldn't be here today talking about these things. I think the $18 million, yeah, I sucked it up. I agreed to the governor's cut of the university system of $3 million. It's going to be an awful debate when the Senate Finance Committee gets a budget and starts talking about increases, and they say to the university system, Why did you give up $3 million? We didn't hear you scream, we didn't hear you say anything, nothing. Not like the nursing homes. We didn't hear anything out of the university system. We just took their $3 million. And then they took all our employees, which is another day's debate. They're all over there. And they're all making double what they made here. I don't understand how they can do that and run an institution like that, but that's okay. When it comes down to it, we have to balance the budget. It's law. No one's spending more. The fact that we're $35 million ahead, there's less than $200 million in business taxes in the next 3 months. Less than $200 million. You mean to tell me you think they're going to be off by 20%? It just won't happen. The reality is $35 million is a cushion, and you can only spend the zero, because I don't believe anybody in here is going to authorize spending. I don't think you're going to authorize an additional $50 million. And let me make my last point, because I don't think we're screaming loud enough as a Senate. You know, today, New Hampshire got authorized, last night, they got authorized, today we'll announce it, on health care in the state of New Hampshire. And I honestly believe as a state, we need to be debating that in the future and see where the outcomes are. And that's no offense to your bill, Senator Pierce. But the reality is it isn't even in place yet. And we need to talk about outcomes in the state of New Hampshire. Senator Bradley and I went into a meeting. You know, in 2017, the state of New Hampshire thought that we had to kick in 2% to the federal government to keep this plan going. You know when we got out of the meeting? They told us it was 5, and they did it with a straight face. And it was never mentioned to Odell, Bradley, and Morse in any one of those meetings that we had a year ago in helping to solve this problem. Not one of us. It was 2%. Neither was Magi. Now, it sounds like it's crazy in a technical term, but it's Washington saying in New Hampshire, you're going to cover somebody else. So now we go to a $15 million problem just to keep that health care plan going. And we go to probably, and I haven't seen it in the budget yet, a $50 million problem because Washington made a decision to tell New Hampshire you're going to cover more people. That's $65 million that we have to come up with in New Hampshire. You're all trying to do great things. Nobody's screaming back at Washington. There should be a letter from every one of us to the people in Washington saying if you're going to tell the states to cover everybody, you better not be sending us another bill. That's what we should be doing. Instead, we're debating an end-of-the-year process that you have very little control about. The reality is it's got to come in. No matter what, this budget has to come in. I wouldn't suggest to any businessman in the country that's investing in bonds in New Hampshire that we weren't going to do that. It'll happen through the budget phase. We'll work through things. When people start admitting that it's about expenses, it's not about revenues. They're coming in. And I'll remind everybody, the House wanted to increase those revenues. We'd be in a hell of a hole if Odell let that happen. And we didn't. We stood together as a body. And we made a difference. Today, we should be making a difference, sending a message to Washington, stop it. Stop pushing these fees down on the state of New Hampshire. If you're going to make us cover some other person, you better be paying the bill. That's what we should be doing. Maybe as a finance chair and as a Senate president, I didn't make you aware of this. But I can guarantee you, Magi wasn't explained to any one of us that was involved. Then all of a sudden we get stuck with a bill in 14 of some $20 million. Now the governor's coming in and she's got a problem in 15 and 16 and 17 it's included in the budget. Just accepted. You aren't the type of people that just accept things. I know you're not. You fight over everything. You're fighting over whether it's 1.9 million or 3.8 million to the seniors. You know, every one of us voted in that committee to make sure we figure a way to do it better and get them their money. Every one of us. There wasn't anyone in that committee that didn't agree with us because that's the kind of people we are. So as we debate this today, I'm just telling you, you have to balance the budget. You don't have a choice. Finance will deal with it when the year's ending. We'll figure out how we're going to get there. I think there's more than one way to get there. But that's not your decision, at least not at this point. The reality is you created a budget that was working, and I don't see a reason for it not to work. And as for back to the budget cuts, you did it, Lou. I did it. I'll admit it. I worked with governors. They may not have liked it, but the choice was, in my case, you get X and we have to do Y. That was the choice. They were, it was too late in the game to do anything different. And then you have to start making decisions of how you're going to work to that number. I don't think it's a gimmick. I think it's a way between that and lapses, a way of making a budget work. I thank you all, because you all voted for it. But I think we need to start working together on this, and I don't think this bill is a way to work together.
Thank you. Senator Susi?
President, I rise pursuant to Rule 215 to request a division of the question, if I may. I would like to divide out Section 1 of the bill along with Section 6. My understanding is that's lines 1 through 3 and lines 25, and then the balance of the legislation to be taken up separately.
Thank you. We did have an individual who had a question, and I would like to recognize Senator Forster for her question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the Senator from District 22. You. Thanks. Senator, the $7 million cut that we've been talking about, if that the governor is proposing to make, if that happens, will we lose federal money? And if so, how much?
The numbers that Senator D'Alessandro gave you were the general fund number. Those dollars will be matched, and typically it's double. So it's $14 million.
Follow up?
Yes.
Another question. The $7 million back of the budget cut, can you explain why we had to make that cut?
Hey, let me explain it in a way that you're probably going to answer your question. The reality is, the $7 million back of the budget cut in Health and Human Services, they had a lapse of $8 million more than anybody planned. Could they have taken half of 14? Could they have taken half of it and done half of the $7 million back of the budget cut instead of doing a bigger lapse in the department? Those are choices. They could have done that easily when they balanced the year-end budget. Because like I said, if the dashboard that was out there reflects what the department knew, they were only counting on a $23 million lapse. So that $7 million back of the budget cut could easily have been accounted for in a lapse. And it was chosen not to do it. And some department got away with not making their lapse. That's why there's legislation out right now to basically say, let's follow the departments that have state funds and let's study them. And we gave administrative services the ability to work with us. We didn't tell them how to do it.
Thank you. I think maybe I didn't ask my question appropriately. I was trying to get to, in the last days of committee conference, we had to put in an additional back of the budget cut of $7 million. Can you address that?
Senator Bradley has taught me how not to answer a question. The reality is, the last days of the committee conference, items came up that I honestly believe were way too large for us to accommodate in the budget. We had to make choices as a budget writing team. We basically had to decide whether we were doing pay raises or keep the back of the budget items that we had. And that's what the Senate Finance team had to decide. The House Finance team wanted to add $50 million in revenue. We didn't do that, and thank God we didn't, because we're coming out just about right. So, we made those tough choices in Senate Finance. It's the way we balance the budget, and that's what we do around here.
Thank you.
Senator Susi had a question.
Senator Susi had a question?
No, Madam President, I made the request.
Okay, just want to make sure. The Senate will be in recess for 3 minutes. Okay. I figured we wouldn't get anybody back here. There's stuff in the
Senate's out of recess.
The Senate is out of recess. Okay. The pending motion is inexpedient to legislate. Okay, just see if we can get everybody else here.
Senator Bradley.
I recognize Senator Bradley. Oh, answer the question.
The question before the body, she was asking if it was divisible. She wanted to divide the question.
Okay. The question before the body was whether or not the bill is divisible, and yes, it is divisible. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I move to table Senate Bill 233.
Okay, we have a...
Just all in favor.
So, okay, so, as we all know, a tabling motion is non-debatable. Are we ready for the question? Okay, Senator Pierce, point of order.
Would a parliamentary inquiry be appropriate at this point, even though I'm not debating the motion, but a PI about the motion?
Okay, let me... Okay. Senator Pierce, you may engage in a parliamentary inquiry, but please remember you cannot discuss the bill. So it is about the tabling motion.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, good. Thank you for that clarification. Madam President, if I believe that tabling is a way to avoid our responsibility in voting on this, would I now vote no on this motion?
Okay, so we have people wanting to ask questions. Senator Susi?
Madam President, having ruled that the question is divisible, my understanding is that this motion to table is to table the first part of the legislation, and then there will be a subsequent motion made for the second part. Am I correct in my understanding?
No. A tabling motion has been made on the bill not as being divided, but on the bill as a whole.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair, for clarification.
Thank you. The pending question is to table Senate Bill 233.
Roll call.
Okay, a roll call has been called.
I am ready whenever.
The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Woodburn.
No.
Senator Forster.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Pierce.
No.
Senator Cataldo.
Yes.
Senator Little.
No.
Senator Little. Okay.
Sorry. So Senator Hosmer.
No.
Senator Little.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Kelly.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Lasky.
No.
Senator Feltes.
No.
Senator Booton.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Fuller Clark.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes.
Senator Prescott.
Yes.
Senator Stiles.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
It's laid upon the table with a vote of 14 to 10.
Senate Bill 233 is laid upon the table by a vote of 14 to 10.
I would just like to make a motion. All of us congratulate Senator Carson on a job well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, request a 3-minute recess.
Senators in recess for 3 minutes.
That's okay.
Senate will come out of recess. I think this is the appropriate time to read something that I wrote, and I know we thanked my colleague for coming up here and standing in as Senate Pro Tem, But I would also like to recognize our Senate colleague Sharon Carson on being elected to serve as the 2015 State Director with the Women in Government Foundation. For those of you that don't know, this is a leadership position within the organization and one that Senator Carson, no doubt, will serve well. The Women in Government Foundation is a national, nonprofit, and nonpartisan organization that fosters a network of women state legislators across the country. It's an organization where legislators can share ideas and support one another in service to their communities. As we all know, Senator Carson is a strong leader in the Senate and in her district. Her experiences and hard work here make her an invaluable asset to that organization. I want to congratulate you, Senator Carson, on receiving this honor and wish you the best of luck in your service with the organization. Thank you. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 103, an act relative to guardian ad litem reports. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 103 FN ought to pass with amendment. This legislation places into statute the requirement that the reports and recommendations of a guardian ad litem are to be provided to the parties in a case unless the court explicitly finds that such disclosure is not in the child's best interest. While this is current practice, Senate Bill 103 would establish this practice in statute. The committee amendment deals with the question of exactly when a guardianship is filed and clarifies that the date of the filing is either when it was mailed to the court or, if hand-delivered, by the court's date stamp on the petition for guardianship. The Judiciary Committee recommends that the bill be adopted with amendment and requests your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 103. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 62, an act relative to driver's licenses for persons without a permanent address. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 62 ought to pass. This bill allows persons without a permanent address to apply for a driver's license in the same manner as they are allowed to apply to register motor vehicles. This legislation is extremely important for a state like New Hampshire, where we have minimal public transportation. Furthermore, this bill will aid New Hampshire's homeless obtain and maintain employment, allowing them more opportunities to be productive citizens, earn a living and potentially a home of their own, and no longer require public assistance. During the hearing, there were questions regarding where would they go to vote. Some of these citizens will be residing in one area of the state but receiving assistance from an organization in another. For example, they may live in Hampstead, but may be receiving services from a sponsoring agency located, let's say, in Portsmouth, which is the address listed on their license. It was clarified from the Secretary of State that these people would vote in whichever town they reside, which is also the town where they would register their vehicle, regardless of the address or agency listed on their license. Therefore, the Transportation Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 62. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 62. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 114 FN, an act enabling driver's license applicant to indicate on his or her license that he or she has an autism spectrum disorder. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Feltes for the committee.
Senator Feltes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 114 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as filed, enabled driver's license applicants to indicate on his or her license that he or she has an autism spectrum disorder. The committee amended the bill to remove the phrase autism spectrum disorder, unquote, and replaced it with, and I quote, medically recognized disorder, unquote, as defined by RSA 540A. The thinking being there's limited real estate on driver's license, go through the rulemaking process and give folks a choice to articulate what medically recognized disorder could be on the driver's license. As time goes on and medicine, technology, and early diagnoses continue to advance, we're seeing more and more folks with different types of medically recognized disorders and more folks who would like those listed on their driver's license. This could assist both citizens with such disorders as well as law enforcement officers who, during traffic stops, have some type of identification of varying symptoms. Therefore, the Transportation Committee respectfully asks for the support on this motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 114. And I understand Senator Waters has an amendment, and I support that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Feltes. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. It is open to further amendments. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to offer a floor amendment, which I will describe as it is being distributed. After the creation of the committee amendment, we saw that it had mentioned that such notice would be affixed to the license, and we don't want to affix anything to the license. Rather, it will be printed on the license. So the amendment makes that correction. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Waters offers floor amendment 0533S. Is there any further discussion on Senator Waters' amendment? We'll wait till it's passed out. You went too quick. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0533S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on 114 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. It's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 118 FN, an act relative to registration for selective service system. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-1. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 118 FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would require men under 26 years of age to consent to register with the Selective Service System when applying for driver's licenses or non-drivers' picture identification cards. The committee heard testimony from both sides of this issue. The majority of the committee ultimately decided, after lengthy debate, that New Hampshire's compliance rate is 99% for registering for the Selective Service System. This is great enough evidence that this legislation is an example of trying to fix something that isn't broken. Therefore, taking away the opportunity for conscientious objection and prohibiting such an objector from applying for a driver's license is not an appropriate policy in our state. Therefore, the majority of the Transportation Committee asks for your support for the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 118 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 118. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 132FN, an act relative to dredging projects conducted by the Peace Development Authority Division of Ports and Harbors. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Stiles for the committee.
Senator Stiles.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 132FN ought to pass. This bill authorizes the Peace Development Authority, Division of Ports and Harbors, to enter into a project partnership agreement for dredging with the Department of the Army. This project will address the needed expansion of the uppermost turning basin in the Piscataqua River. It was constructed in the 1960s to be an 800-foot wide when the ships were smaller in size. Over the years, ships have been significantly larger. In order to accommodate this evolution, this project will expand the turning basin to 1,200 feet. Before they can move forward with the project, the PDA needs the authorization to enter into an agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers from this legislature. Therefore, the Transportation Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 132FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Stiles. This bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Fuller Clark.
Yes, thank you very much. I rise to thank the Senate for their support of this legislation. This is an important bill going forward to allow for the economy of the port and the state as a whole to thrive. That for those of you who may be familiar with the Piscataqua River, that it is a very challenging river to navigate, and as you heard, the need is to continually dredge out that basin and now to expand it. And it's really tied in also to the bridge development for the Sarah Long Bridge, which is going to, with a wider span in the center, going to make it possible for these larger ships not only to turn around in the basin, but to be able to access the number of businesses that are upriver in the river channel. So, and I just wanted to thank Senator Stiles for bringing forth this legislation, and just to tell you that it really will make a difference not only just for the seacoast, but for the entire state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fuller Clark. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 132. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 230FNL, an act relative to speed limits on state roads that are seasonally congested by pedestrian and bicycle traffic. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Wurtzel for the committee.
Senator Brazel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 230FN ought to pass as amended. This bill permits the Department of Transportation to establish seasonal speed limits on state roads under certain conditions. The committee amended the bill to clarify that areas seasonally congested by pedestrian and bicycle traffic shall be determined by the governing body of the municipality. As we are all aware, there are roads throughout the state that are congested during specific seasons. These roads tend to be smaller towns with huge influxes of people during particular months of the year, creating safety concerns. This enabling legislation allowing communities to do what they need to do if they feel they need to do it. The bill was carefully crafted in order to preserve DOT's rights by restricting the amount speed limits may be reduced and the number of months per year a local municipality may have this in effect. Therefore, the Transportation Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 230FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bertzel. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 230 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 236 FN, an act relative to alcohol ignition interlock requirements. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 236 FN ought to pass. This bill makes various changes relating to the enforcement of alcohol ignition interlock requirements. Interlock device technology has improved since it was first implemented in 2006. In conjunction with those advancements, oversight also needs to expand, and the Department of Safety needs more authority to ensure that the people who are not using these devices appropriately receive further penalties. The point of the interlock system is to provide offenders the opportunity to continue with their lives and change their ways while not endangering others on the road. As the law stands currently, members of this program have unfortunate opportunities to circumvent the law and get away with it on occasion due to the lack of authority within the DLS to inspect such devices. The number of people within this program is going to significantly expand with the installment of temporary licenses being issued to specified DWI offenders taking effect in January of 2016. This bill is essential to the workings within the Department of Safety as it authorizes the department to order inspection of the device with due notice. Therefore, the Transportation Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 236 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 236 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. And Senator Woodburn.
I ask for recess.
Senate recess for 3 minutes. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 1 FNA, an act reducing the rate of the business profits tax. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sanborn for the committee.
Senator Sanborn.
Mr. President, I rise to ask my colleagues to join the Ways and Means Committee to support an ought to pass motion on Senate Bill 1. Today, the New Hampshire Senate is being provided with the opportunity to make real, definitive steps to help get New Hampshire's economy rolling again. We all know that economically things have been difficult in New Hampshire since 2008. And unfortunately, our economy continues to be stuck in the mud, and we are seeing notably less economic activity than most other states. What is important to note is that while we debate why New Hampshire is not rebounding economically, we cannot consider things in a vacuum. If we're to attract companies to New Hampshire, if we're to encourage companies in New Hampshire to grow and expand, we must ensure this state is competitive. And unfortunately, today, as it relates to taxes, we are not. No question there are many things we all discuss and look at when we talk about what makes New Hampshire attractive to businesses and come to or operate here. We talk about healthcare costs. Well, we have some of the highest healthcare costs in the country. We talk about energy costs. Again, some of the highest in the country. We talk about taxes. Sadly, again, some of the highest in the country. Nationally, only Delaware and Iowa have higher business taxes than New Hampshire does. Only 2 states in America. Does anyone in this room really want to continue to see us in that position? Here in New England, it's equally disappointing. As New Hampshire has become such an outlier on high taxes, today let's consider the fact that Vermont's business taxes are 6%. When we combine business profits tax and business enterprise tax together, we're at 9.25%. Connecticut taxes are 7.5%. We're at 9.25%. Massachusetts is at 8%. We're at 9.25%. Maine is at 3.5%. We're at 9.25%. and even Rhode Island is now going down to 7%, in New Hampshire is still at 9.25% combined. My fellow senators, as it relates to how heavily we tax our businesses today, we have become the butt of other states' jokes. You know, it used to be that we'd scoff at Massachusetts and call them Taxachusetts. Today, other states look here and just say, ignore New Hampshire if you're a business. They discarded their welcome mats and replaced them with do not disturb signs at the border. While New Hampshire was traditionally known as the place businesses wanted to come to or operate in, today New Hampshire's pro-big tax policies act as if businesses are nothing more than a cash cow to milk or a pig to slaughter. I think there is nothing they can do or nowhere they can go. And now we realize that because of this mistake, our economy is barely moving. And we hear way too often about companies that are moving out of New Hampshire or passing us over for more affordable states. Sure, from time to time we hear that one company has decided to move here, and we're very thankful that they've come, but it's happening too rarely. We must make New Hampshire more attractive and more competitive on a tax basis. As most other states around America have also experienced the challenge in this last economic slowdown, they did not want to be known as one of the most highest tax states in America. So while in New Hampshire we have done nothing to cut overall tax rate policy, in 2013 and 2014, 27 states around America have made significant cuts to rates on citizens and businesses. And it's not just Republican states, but states controlled by Democrats, like New Mexico, Iowa, Maryland, Minnesota, Missouri. Even states like New York and Rhode Island have come to the table and passed real meaningful tax cuts, while New Hampshire has done nothing, and ladies and gentlemen, we are falling further and further behind. It's not even bad enough looking at 2013 and 2014. This year in 2015, 12 additional states in America are choosing to become more business-friendly and cutting taxes to a point that these cuts in 2015 at other states are between 18 and 30% rate reductions. Again, not just Republican states, but blue states as well. Most days we talk about how these issues are and have become barriers to encouraging companies to grow here or move here. Well, today, my fellow senators, we can make New Hampshire a better and more attractive place for business. While I personally make no bones about my desire to make more noticeable and competitive cuts to tax rates, to put money back into the pockets of New Hampshire taxpayers, as we do here, we have compromised and have taken a slower, measured approach to ensure that we do not hurt the budget. So what does that mean? This modest tax cut proposed in front of you today, and I'd like to thank Senator Bradley from District 3 for all the work he's done on this. This modest tax cut before you today is a 7% cut. Not 18% or 30% that we're seeing in all other states, just a 7% cut, but over a 6-year time frame. 7% walked in over 6 years, just over 1% a year. With passage of this bill, we will reduce the business profits tax from its current rate of 8.5% down to 7.9%. Now, what does that mean to the budget? We've already heard all types of conversations from my great friend from the North Country, who I love to death, talking about how this is going to blow a hole in the budget, he said. Blow a hole in the budget. Isn't that what you said, my good friend? It's going to be financially devastating. Well, frankly, all that wailing and gnashing of teeth, I think, is just hogwash. Because today, if we understand that the revenue we generate from business taxes today, and we think the year is going to end out at about $536 million, with business profits tax being about $322 million. If we look at what the governor has said of her estimated growth, the governor, that the economy continues to grow at the pace that it's growing today, and we institute this reasonable cut, our business profits tax next year will be $324 million, actually higher than what we expect it will be today. That's right, this cut will be less than the estimated overall economic growth of what we're going to see next year. In fact, this proposed cut for 6 years will not, let me repeat, will not reduce business income to the state of New Hampshire if we continue to see reasonable economic growth. On an $11 billion budget, this cut will be less than 1/2 of 1%. And Mr. President, I'll also add, this proposal, this cut, is 1/3 of how much revenue is up from the fund share over Ways and Means that we're seeing. 1/3. We have to ask ourselves as legislators, what can we do to encourage economic growth in New Hampshire? What can we do to encourage the employer community to grow, to expand, so they can hire more people, so they can provide better wages, so they can provide better health care, education, and more? Do we do nothing? Do we raise taxes? I think we need to show the taxpayers of New Hampshire and businesses across America that we are again open for business. I encourage all my colleagues to support this simple, modest, right step to make New Hampshire the best place in America to live, work, and play, and yes, to even operate a business. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Or opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Kelly for a question.
Happy to. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sanborn.
Well, you presumed.
I'm the only one who spoke.
That's true. But Senator, my question really speaks directly to whom this bill will actually affect. And what I understand in the presentation that the Department of Revenue Administration gave to the Senate Ways and Means Committee in January, that they stated that only 1.1% of tax filers actually pay 76% of the total BPT that is collected. So I would conclude, I think as anyone would, that only large corporations pay the majority of the tax. So my question to you is, would you agree that if we reduce the BPT, we are putting the interest of big corporations ahead of New Hampshire small businesses and their families?
Senator, thank you so much for the question. I truly appreciate it. And honestly, I need to look at the phenomenal op-ed that our Senate President wrote and had in the paper from the Union Leader last week. Because in not looking in a vacuum at this bill, we also have to consider SB 2, which we will in a minute as well. And if we consider both of these bills together, because we know that the amounts offset each other, this bill will affect 95% of all private sector employees in the state of New Hampshire. So I would contend that that condition that you're fighting is absolutely incorrect.
And we're talking about the BPT and this bill that we're speaking to that you just spoke to. So I wonder if you are aware then that there is an owner of the business, Sequoia Technologies in Peterborough, that say that any cut to business taxes won't make any difference to their company.
Well, Senator, thank you so much again for the question. I think was there a question in there, Senator?
Yes. Are you aware?
I am not aware. Thank you.
Any further discussion? To speak, Senator Folklar?
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Moore. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn, we've heard over and over again that business taxes in New Hampshire are too high. Yet the Nashua Telegraph recently reported that Rapid Manufacturing's operation manager said that one of the primary reasons they recently relocated to New Hampshire was, quote, New Hampshire's low taxes. Additionally, the Tax Foundation's recent report rated New Hampshire's tax climate as 7th in the nation, up 1 spot from last year. And we also heard from the New Hampshire Fiscal Institute that given and taking into account our tax credit programs, that the overall aggregated business tax in New Hampshire is 4.4%, lower than the national average. Recognizing additionally that the state has no sales or income tax, why isn't this favorable tax climate enough to keep and bring businesses to New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It's a simple answer. Our taxes are too high. When you look at the tax foundation, what they do every year, now granted, overall our taxes from the tax foundation say we're ranked about 7th. And that's because we don't have a sales or an income tax. But in looking at just the taxes we lay on the business community, the employers, the creators, we rank 48th. And that's what we're trying to solve.
Do you know if that ranking, follow-up, do you know if that ranking takes into consideration all of the available tax credits that we have put in place for businesses in New Hampshire?
Senator, great question. I truly appreciate it. Well, I can't specifically answer that question. I do know that we've received early indications from the Tax Foundation that if we pass these two bills, it will move us from 48th to near 30th, which will be a significant competitive advantage for us from where we are today.
I do have a second question. I'd like to know, given if you look at this article that's just come out in New Hampshire Business, desperately seeking help, manufacturers can't find enough workers to grow. Why would you give a tax deduction to the 1% of the wealthiest businesses that pay more than 76% of the taxes, rather than taking monies that the state has and using them to invest in higher education, which would make higher education more affordable, would address the issue of the fact that we have students graduating with the highest debt load in the country, would help keep young people in our state, and would provide the highly skilled workforce needed by all of our businesses. Shouldn't that be our first priority?
Senator, great question. Thank you so much for it. And as I always say, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? We can educate people until the end of time, but if there are no jobs for them, they're going to leave the state as we're seeing today. And that's a real problem for us. We need to encourage businesses to come here, to grow here, to expand here. And that's really what this bill is all about. We are now perceived in New Hampshire as being an exceptionally high regulatory state and having almost the highest taxes in America.
Follow-up. Are you aware that, for instance, in October of 2014, that BAE in Nashua had 200 jobs, well-paying jobs, available and open that they could not fill? Why would other businesses come here if they can't find the highly skilled workforce that they need? And why haven't we been able to fill the jobs that we're hearing week in and week out that are now available in New Hampshire?
Senator, thank you so very much for the question. It's a very interesting response that you might not expect from me. We heard testimony, and we've seen and heard testimony several different times about where are the jobs and where are the people, and why does there continue to be this separation that we still have the fact that there are jobs without being able to fill people. We as a legislature continue to talk about regularly that we're losing all of our young kids, and it's really hurting us, and we need to invest more into education. I agree, we need to. But at the same time, we've also continued to hear over and over again that the real strong economic growth that we've seen in New Hampshire in the 80s, in the 90s, during both those big economic upcycles, the vast majority that came from people who were not living in New Hampshire coming to New Hampshire for great jobs. And that's what we're missing today, Senator. Too much regulation, too much expense, too hard of a lifestyle. We're no longer bringing people to our state, and we do not have the capacity of output just from our university systems to fulfill the jobs we have available, because some of them, it's not just about a 4-year degree. They could be looking for 15 or 20 years experience. And we need to get into that place where we're, just like the 80s and 90s, encouraging people to migrate into our state, setting up shop, having families. And if we do this bill, we will make that happen. Thank you, ma'am.
Senator Feltus for a question.
Mr. President, I have a question for Senator Sanborn, if I may. Thank you for taking my question, Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn, this goes to a commission called the Commission to Study Business Taxes, and which was, on that commission was Senators Bradley, D'Alessandro, Odell, and respected CPA Joel Albrecht. And the question is, are you aware of its conclusion, which was, and I quote, "Any reduction in the BPT rate would result in a loss of revenue to the state, which would make such a reduction impracticable for the foreseeable future. The Commission had no basis for concluding that any effect of attracting new businesses or business expansion as a result of a rate reduction would generate additional tax revenue sufficient to compensate for the revenue loss that would result from a rate reduction," unquote. Are you aware of that conclusion?
Senator, thank you so much for the question. I'll leave it to when Senator Bradley might speak in a minute, but I'll give you a brief. What you don't talk about in that statement, and what the committee didn't talk about, was the amount of the cut. If the cut was great enough that we would see a reduction in revenue, you might be able to make the case you're making. But the proposed cut that we have here today will not cut state revenue, so it would be inappropriate to make the suggestion that a cut in taxes would reduce state revenues. But again, I will defer to Senator Bradley after he speaks, which I'm sure he will in some time.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in opposition. Just let's kind of talk about a few things with regard to taxes. We have reduced taxes in the state of New Hampshire 29 times since 2006. 29 times. Not a bad record. Not a bad deal. 29 times we have reduced taxes. We reduced taxes in a very difficult economic period. A very difficult economic period. We're seeing recovery. We're seeing recovery. Not coming as fast as we want, but we're seeing recovery. I served on the commission. The commission clearly understood that reducing the rates wasn't the salvation. It wasn't the golden parachute, it wasn't the golden eagle or whatever, the golden egg. It just wasn't that. One of the things we need to do was reduce energy costs. That's the game. I'm sure you all got that letter from the provider over in the western part of the state that said his energy costs were going to go up $1 million this year. $1 million. That's not small change. That's a lot of dough, $1 million. Now, we had conversation about our sister states. Massachusetts has $1 billion deficit. $1 billion. Vermont, sales and income tax. Maine, sales and income tax. Connecticut, sales and income tax. Rhode Island, Chuck Schilling. Chuck Schilling, $73 million problem. Okay? So where are we? We're New Hampshire. We're moving forward. We're moving forward. We're creating jobs. You got a wonderful company in Manchester called Dine, all right? The advent of the 21st century, a young 33-year-old man, graduate of Manchester High School West, founder of the company. That company is going to go IPO one of these days, and guess what? We're going to have a billionaire, another one. We got a few others here, but he'll be the new billionaire because he had the courage, the education, and the insight to build in New Hampshire. Today. Not tomorrow. Today. He's there creating jobs. And guess what? They're very good paying jobs. Actually, he's going to interview my daughter next week. So hopefully the D'Alessandros will be the beneficiaries of this new company. That's what we hope. So we got a good thing here in New Hampshire. And by virtue of the fact that we've reduced taxes 29 times, not a bad situation. Why is this a bad deal today? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. The companies aren't screaming for it. They're okay. What they want is workers. They want workers. Velcro wants workers. BAE wants workers. Hitchner wants workers. All of these companies want workers. And they're paying good money. These are $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 jobs that they can't fill. So our focus should be on finding people to fill these jobs. That's where the focus would be, because these people will generate more money for the economy. Once they start spending, there'll be a multiplier. The figure that we use, or that most economic professors use, is 1 to 2 points. It rolls around. It rolls around and creates more activity. And that's what we want. We want more activity. And we can have that. We got a good situation in New Hampshire. It's a very good place to do business. It is a very good place to do business. And our businesses move forward. Why would we want to disrupt that situation at this time? But what we want to do is two things. We want to create more employees so that those businesses can thrive and pay business profits tax. You know, my dad used to say he never minded paying taxes as long as he was making money. That's the American way. If you're making money, pay your taxes. Why not? Why not? I got another piece of legislation here that I'm going to talk about. Paying your fair share. It's important to pay your fair share. What's wrong with that? Anybody against that? If not, let's forget about this and let's move forward to regenerating the economy, making the economy stronger, providing jobs, keeping the economy moving, and doing good things for New Hampshire. And as I say, if we were to focus on one thing with relation to business, it would be reducing energy costs. And I think the senator from District 3 recognizes that. Reducing energy costs. I remember his days his formative years on science and technology, when that was the focus of his work. And that's still the focus of our work. That's the big number. And guess what? I just got my bill, my energy bill. And it's twice as big as it was last month. There's where the problem is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. You know, I think there's probably one thing we'll all agree on. There's not going to be a tax on a bloody sock.
We're going to auction it off.
Let me try to wrap this up and answer some of the questions that have been raised. But, you know, I think we've had a rather esoteric, high-level debate. And when you have a esoteric, high-level debate, you know, as I said a couple of weeks ago, we think we're special in this room, and we pull our pants on the same way that everybody else does, though. We got to remember that, one leg at a time. But because we think we're special, we have a tendency to assume that we know what's best for others in our state and for businesses in our state. So, let's talk about people in the front line, people that are trying to create jobs and grow jobs, the people that we all salute for making our state go. I want to read some letters that I've recently received about this bill and about Senate Bill 2. I think they're pretty indicative because they're coming from actual business leaders who believe, unfortunately, from my good friend from Manchester, that this modest proposal, in fact, does make sense. So, let me quote from the High Tech Council. The High Tech Council, for those of you who don't know who they are or what they do, they represent 230 technology-based businesses in New Hampshire that employ over 20,000 people. So, here's what they say. Therefore, we unequivocally support the measured approach companion bills Senate Bill 1, Senate Bill 2, and Senate Bill 6, that's the R&D tax credit that we debated last week, take to create business incentives through modest tax reform. The signal that these bills send is that New Hampshire is supportive of our state's existing businesses and is committed to remaining competitive on a regional and national level to attract businesses to incorporate, operate, and employ people here. That's from an organization that represents over 20,000 of our fellow citizens. Important to them. One of the largest private employers in the state of New Hampshire has also been mentioned today, BAE Systems in Nashua. They employ 4,300 people in 4 locations in Nashua, Merrimack, and Hudson. They also employ people in 38 other states. Guess what? We compete with those 38 other states. Massachusetts among them, New York, New Jersey, Texas, and Virginia. So, I'm going to quote from the letter. For high technology engineering and manufacturing firms like BAE Systems, the New Hampshire advantage used to counter the high business taxes, burdensome regulatory environment, and high-cost unreliable energy supply when compared with other states. However, other states and regions have eliminated that advantage, combining low business taxes, fewer regulations, and a reliable supply of low-cost energy with a highly skilled, educated workforce. Cost competitiveness is a key driver for BAE's continued success in New Hampshire, and a lower business tax regimen is critical to ensuring our customers receive the best value for our products. The ability to reduce our tax burden is critical to maintaining a competitive business environment in the state. So how about a smaller business in New Hampshire? Globe Manufacturing. Senate Bill 1 and 2 represent a significant attempt by the legislature to lower business costs in a way that will provide immediate benefit. Also, these 2 bills will help keep New Hampshire competitive with other states that are considering business tax reductions or have already cut their business taxes. Wire belts in Londonderry. What is holding us back is our business tax. New Hampshire has one of the highest corporate income tax, business profits tax, rates in the country, significantly higher than our competitor states, as well as energy costs. That is why I fully support Senate Bill 1 and Senate Bill 2 and believe it is a good start. My belief, signed by David Greer, CEO, is that these bills don't go far enough. Now, you all know that I love to spend a lot of time out in the hills. There are times I'd love to think when I have to pull a headlamp out of my pack that, boy, I wish the sun would rise in the west. But guess what? The sun rises in the east. We got to admit it. And guess what? Our high business taxes, that we're 48th in the nation, are a problem. And we can't avoid that problem. Just as we have to set priorities in a budget for a lot of different problems, high business taxes are a problem. Now, it's interesting, there's been a lot of discussion about, and I like some of this, because it gets to be interesting. You know, these bills were called a wishbone rather than a backbone. Empty political grandstanding. They were called the perpetual motion machine, and my favorite, trickle-down economics, sprinkled in with a good measure of rainbows and unicorns. Well, when a business looks at this little problem in the 2014 Tax Foundation book that ranks our tax on business profits as the 48th highest in the country, you can wish that the sun rises in the west, but it doesn't. It's a problem. And this modest reduction will begin the process of making us more competitive. Now, I promised my good friend from Concord that we'd get the full story of the commission that Senator from Manchester and I served on. And so I just want to read some of the rest of the story for my good friend from Concord. There was a general recognition that the state needed to be cognizant of the risk of a negative perception of its business tax structure among companies considering location 2 and remaining or expanding in New Hampshire, particularly in view of Massachusetts' recent reduction of its general business tax to 8%. They go on. The report goes on. In addition, it was recognized that such a rate reduction would be a substantial benefit to businesses subject to New Hampshire's BPT. Moving on. A 0.5 percentage point decrease in the business profits tax would place New Hampshire's corporate tax burden more in line with those of surrounding states and expand on a perceived New Hampshire advantage. In particular, the state of New Hampshire should try to assess the impact of Massachusetts' recently reduced tax rate on business retention and attraction, especially in the southern tier. So here we are. We've had a lot of debates today. We've discussed our senior citizens and nursing homes. We've discussed education. We've discussed any number of things. But as part of the mix of what's going to make this state tick in 2015 and 16 and 17 and beyond is how we solve this lack of competitiveness problem. You know, I always talk about a stool having 3 legs. This stool really, for my good friend from Manchester, has 4 legs. What makes us uncompetitive in New Hampshire for businesses? High business costs. What is it? The 4 legs of this stool. High workers' comp costs. Our good friend from Milford is trying to solve that problem. High electricity costs. No one admits that that's not a problem. It's a New England problem, and I wish it was easier to solve those issues. High health care costs. We took a big step last year, and guess what? Senate Bill 413 is working as intended. Emergency room visits are down. Uncompensated care, a hidden tax on every person with private insurance or their employers with private insurance is going down. And the 4th leg of this stool is high business taxes. So, we have an opportunity today to listen to all these businesses that are telling us that our high business taxes are a problem. We have an opportunity to listen to the High Tech Council that represents 20,000 employees that says this is a problem. And we have an opportunity today to not blow a hole in the budget, no, but to make a responsible move to lower business taxes over an extended period of time that will make this state more competitive and will lead to job growth. And we have an obligation, as we do this, to make sure that we fund the other priorities in the budget, which I believe we will, and to attack those other high-cost centers, workers' comp, electricity, health care. I invite all 23 of my other colleagues to join in this effort that my good friend from Bedford and I have initiated us on to try to make New Hampshire more competitive in terms of taxes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bradley, question or speak? Senator Feltus?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 1. You know, I didn't run for state senate to give big tax giveaways to big corporations at the expense of everyone else. That's what this does. And what it does to our budget is further downshift and put more pressure on our municipalities, which drives up property taxes for everyone. Senate Bill 1 might as well be called the Property Tax Increasing Act of 2015. That's the impact of Senate Bill 1 to our budget. And there's a lot of talk about the Tax Foundation report. I want to make it very, very clear about that report. It's a right-of-center leaning organization, respectable, that did this analysis that concluded in terms of our overall state business competitiveness in taxes, our state business climate in taxes, 7th best in the nation, up from 8th best in the nation the year before. One of the things that we fall short on in terms of our business taxes is business property taxes. What's going to happen to business property taxes if this is passed and we continue to downshift and downshift more onto our municipalities? And we talked about how this is not going to affect the budget, but over the next 3 budgets, the cumulative effect of Senate Bill 1 and Senate Bill 2 is $200 million loss in revenue to the state. That's a cumulative impact. Now, I don't think that this is fiscally responsible, Mr. President. And I think the only thing that parallels this in terms of fiscal irresponsibility, perhaps, was the effort a few weeks ago to put on hold and put in peril federal grants already awarded to the state of New Hampshire. So, for those reasons, Mr. President, I don't think this Senate body at this time should be voting in favor of Senate Bill 1. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Felton. Senator Woodburn with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask the Senator Sanborn, I'm sorry, I can't remember his number, for a question? Okay. First, thank you very much, Senator Sanborn, for your salesmanship, and you're obviously very successful in that area. And I also want to thank you for your generosity. I greatly enjoyed the pizza that you provided all of us. I have a sneaking suspicion that I might get a bill and I might get a few calories as a result, but your salesmanship is out of this world. But I want to ask you a question, and that question is, SB 1 will cut revenue, and it will leave a hole in our budget. And why not, since I know you believe government's too big anyways, why don't we have a great, healthy discussion right here today on what should be cut? Because I know you have a list in your pocket, and you could pull it out and share it with me. We could have a great town meeting here talking about how to cut this budget to pay for these tax cuts.
I apologize, Senator. Was there a question in there?
Why don't you share your list of cuts that you could give us today that would fill the hole from this tax cut that will take revenue out of our budget?
Senator, thank you so much for the question. Truly appreciate it. And you're right, I typically keep at least a mental list of how we'd make our government more efficient. We hear the fine governor every single day talk about innovation. It's very important to her. Innovation, innovation, innovation. If we go back to the work I did with John Lynch, great governor, part of your team, we came together and worked on the Business One Stop. Could make significant, innovative efficiencies in how our government operates. Unfortunately, Governor Hassan doesn't even have the time right now to be investing her effort on efficiencies because she's trying to grow the size of government. What this bill does here, though, Senator, it doesn't cut anything. The math is exceptionally clear by our fine folks on the main floor, LBA. With reasonable budget expectations, it will not reduce the amount of money, not in the first year, second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth. You talk about cuts, happy to talk about cuts, love to have that discussion. But unfortunately, Senate Bill 1 and with Senate Bill 2 will not cut the amount of money coming into the state. The net revenues will not go down.
Further questions? I'm just trying to understand this. We have a town meeting on Tuesday, and I just wonder how we would address this type of question. So just so I understand, we're going to cut taxes, which is cuts revenue, and we're going to we're going to not have any impact on services, and there's no need to raise taxes to fill that hole. Am I understanding that correctly?
Senator, thank you so much for the question. There will not be a hole, as I've said, if we continue to see the moderate, realistic, modest revenue expectation growth that the governor herself proposed in her budget address. Right now, today, in the budget we're operating in today, which I shall remind you is $35 million above even where the conservative estimates that my predecessor to Senate District Number 8 sat, revenue is even above what they estimated. When we talk about the cost of government, when we talk about taxation, reducing the rate doesn't necessarily mean you'll end up with less money.
because you have to factor in the economic growth that's happening anyway. The fine senator from District 20 talked about the fact that the economy is growing. The question we have to debate, Senator, is how much is it growing? Is it growing at 1% or 5%? The numbers we continue to talk about is we think our economy is growing at about 3%, which means the organic growth in business revenue is higher than the reduction of the rate that we're proposing here.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Woodburn. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 1? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. I just want to respond to one thing that my good friend from Concord raised. Yes, the Tax Foundation ranking does show New Hampshire's overall ranking at 8th. That's largely because we don't have an income tax and a sales tax, but the other rankings were actually quite high. And our corporate tax rate, which is what all of these businesses are concerned about, because that's what makes them competitive or not, that's what they're paying, not a sales tax or an income tax. That's why this is so important.
Senator D'Alessandro with a question.
Question of Senator Bradley, please.
Senator Bradley.
The distinguished majority leader. Senator Bradley, if you went to those businesses that you have enunciated their positions and you said, I could reduce your energy cost by 10%, or I can reduce your business taxes in a graduated fashion, what would they choose?
Senator Dulles, excuse me, my good friend from Manchester. As I'm finding out, they would tell me several things. They'd say, our workers' comp costs are too high, our electricity costs are too high, our health care costs are too high, although we made some progress on that last year, and our business taxes are too high. And the reason they say that is because we compete against 49 other states where, with the technology that companies have today to analyze which states have the best business climate, it's a pretty easy analysis, and we're coming up short on all of those. And it's nothing more than deflection to say, well, let's ignore business taxes so we can attack energy costs or healthcare costs or workers' comp. We need a comprehensive strategy in New Hampshire that lowers overall costs to businesses. This is just one part of that strategy. No one knows how much that my good friend from Kingston and I and my good friend from Milford have worked on workers' comp to try to bring some rationality to that system, or the struggle that we've had for years to lower electric costs, or the struggle that we had last year that I think has proven to be successful to lower healthcare costs. But don't ignore the fourth leg of the stool just because you like the other three legs better. You gotta attack all of them. And, you know, since you brought up baseball and Curt Schilling,
I just
since you did.
I did.
Since you did.
I did.
In life, you got to be able to hit more than the fastball.
Right.
So it's not all about electricity. Business taxes are a curveball too.
That sounds like a knuckleball to me. That's it. That's it. That's all I can say. I can hit the fastball. It's the flutter that kills me.
Thank you very much, Senator Morse. I have a question of the good senator from District 20.
Senator D'Alessandro, will you take the question?
Yes, I will.
Senator D'Alessandro, given your role as one of the preeminent educators in the state of New Hampshire over many years, as we often hear about the impact of your years as an educator, are you not concerned that there is another, I don't know if it's a fifth leg of the stool or what it is, but the other critical issue that we are not addressing is the high cost of higher education and what that means to our young people?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And it is a critical issue because our students carry the highest debt load in the United States. That's a very troubling situation. And one of the real manifestations of that is the number of delinquencies among students who owe loans has risen dramatically in the last year, risen dramatically. So it is a very basic problem.
Follow-up question? Thank you. So if we're to address the issue of quote-unquote the high business taxes and end up with revenues that are neutral, where do we find the additional dollars that are so needed to invest in our higher educational institutions to solve that problem?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I think that's the question that the Philadelphia lawyer has to address. Where's the money going to come from? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Roll call.
The roll call has been requested by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Sanborn. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 1 FN. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Woodburn?
No.
Senator Forster?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Pierce?
No.
Senator Cataldo?
Yes.
Senator Hosmer?
No.
Senator Little?
Yes.
Senator Sanborn?
Yes.
Senator Kelly?
No.
Senator Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Avar?
Yes.
Senator Lasky?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Feltes?
No.
Senator Booton?
Yes.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Fuller Clark?
No.
Senator Prescott?
Yes.
Senator Stiles?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
Yes.
14 to 10.
The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted 14 to 10, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senator Feltes.
Move to table Senate Bill 1.
There's a motion to table. It's non-debatable.
We just
Parliamentary inquiry.
passed it. One.
Practice of the Senate is to pass a bill and then table it so that FN bills can be considered in the larger budget process. So if I understand that that's the way we're supposed to be doing things, would I vote for the tabling motion?
If you're in favor, you're going to say aye. If you're opposed, you're going to say no.
Roll call.
A roll call has been requested already. Parliamentary inquiry, Senator Bradley.
If I believe that we should pass this bill and send it to the Finance Committee for further consideration, would I now vote yes on the roll call motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, I can't hit the fastball either. If I believe that this bill should go to the Finance Committee.
Your parliamentary inquiry, I believe, would be the fact that we've already ordered this to the Committee on Finance, and is the tabling motion appropriate?
My parliamentary inquiry is if I believe that the bill should not go on the table, would I vote no?
Okay. Just so the body understands, what we've done on tabling motions was always before we sent it to the Committee on Finance. It's already been ordered to the Committee on Finance. If, when it goes in the Committee of Finance, you want to table it, when it comes to the floor, that would be appropriate. But it's already been sent to the Committee on Finance. Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe the Senator from District 15 was up and ready to make the motion to table before you referred it to Finance.
I already made the motion to order to the Committee on Finance. I didn't see him up and ready to make that. Matter of fact, I was ready to recess after I ordered it to Finance to take a short break, and I noticed he raised his hand, and I thought he was going to do the same thing.
Okay.
But it had nothing to do with the tabling motion that I was recognizing.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Okay, the Senate will be in recess for 1 minute. Senate will be attended to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means proceedings to which was referred Senate Bill 2 FNA, an act reducing the rate of business enterprise tax. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is not passed with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Sanborn for the committee.
Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as cold is the snow, so you can plow and make a couple of bucks, and spring is the flowers, so you can still try and squeak out that little living. You know, we can't talk about the business profits tax without talking about the business enterprise tax. As in most cases, we know that as taxes, they offset each other. So let's have a discussion about New Hampshire's income tax. Yes, my fellow senators, no mistake about it. We have an income tax. It's just that it's not paid by employers. It's not paid by employees at payday. It's paid by employers. We have to remember that the business enterprise tax is an assessment on wages. In New Hampshire, we assess a tax of 0.75% of all wages against any employee onto the employer. Not only that, but we also assess a tax on the interest expense incurred by employer. Frankly, there has never been such a regressive, anti-business tax I've heard of. You want to grow your company? We're going to grow your taxes. You want to borrow money to expand or grow? You've reached that critical mass and you want to own something. Government takes a bigger bite out of your pocket. If a company has the ability to hire staff, the state taxes them for it. If a company can finally grow and expand, maybe buy that piece of equipment, the state of New Hampshire taxes them for it. Even worse, if a company is losing money, the state of New Hampshire still taxes them. What message does it send to employers in New Hampshire who are considering coming to our state? What does it say to the science, technology, energy, engineering, and tech companies that are considering coming to New Hampshire to set up shop? Some of these companies know they have years of investment creating new technologies or products, and these investments can be significant in the form of employees or investments in debt. Years before they make money, yet the state of New Hampshire plans and does tax these companies even though they are still not yet profitable. Mr. President, I've laid out many of the competitive reasons why we need to reduce the business profits tax, and many of the reasons here are just as similar as they are to how we need to consider the New Hampshire competitiveness and compare it to our neighboring states for access across the country. So I'll not belabor the discussion again for details, but I want to show a bit as to why we should be considering combining Senate Bill 1 and Senate Bill 2 as we consider one financial package. Earlier, as I had said, in most cases, the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax are offset. So if you reduce one, it would only be fair to reduce the other, or there would be no offsets. But more importantly, these two taxes affect different segments of our employer base. And if we're to be fair and equitable, we need to consider both. In fact, Mr. President, I said in the last discussion that we had, that wonderful op-ed that you put in the Union Leader last week talked about the fact that if we combine both of these taxes and make them as one package, and I hope this body will vote for them today, it will represent a reduction in taxes on 95% of the private sector workforce that we see today. You know, my good friend from District Number 10 spoke in the last conversation we had about why are we just looking to cut taxes on just the 1%, the biggest companies out there. Business enterprise tax isn't about the 1%. It's about the everyone else. It is the 99%. You know, we have 64,000 filers of business enterprise tax in the state of New Hampshire. 40% of them don't make enough money or have enough depreciation that they don't even pay the tax. But 57% pay virtually all of the tax that's associated with BET. When I think about what we need to do to talk about those emerging growing companies, the things that we talk about in this body every single day, how do we get more companies to come to New Hampshire in high tech, in R&D? In fact, I think, Mr. President, didn't we vote 24-0 in providing research and development tax credits to companies in the state of New Hampshire? Of course we did. Now, I might remind the body that the reality is the local corner store might not be applying for a research and development tax credit. Because frankly, those only go to the 1%. Those only go to the big emerging companies with all the money. I believe we have an obligation to actually help the little guy or gal, the small business. And being this body just passed a tax on large companies that, again, represent a huge number of employees, now we should do the same thing on the small companies that individually affect small employees. What this bill looks to do is provide a 10% cut over 6 years. Today the rate's 0.75%. 6 years from now, it'll be 0.67%. A very, very modest and measured step. When we combine both the business enterprise tax cut and the business profits tax cut, again, my good friend from the North Country, there will be no negative impact in the amount of revenue the state sees if we pass both of these taxes together. In fact, 6 years from now, if we see 3% growth, the amount of money the state will be bringing in business taxes will be 8% higher than it is today. So, my members of this delegation, even if you struggled with supporting Senate Bill 1 because you felt it might be affecting just the large companies, this is a bill you can vote for, my good friend from the North Country. This is a bill that if you love and support small businesses and want small businesses to be on the same equal plane and have that opportunity to allow them to be more competitive, this is the one you vote for. So with that, Mr. President, thank you so much for your time, and I encourage everyone to vote for Senate Bill 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. This bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Okay. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Pierce to speak.
Yes, Mr. President. Go ahead. Mr. President, we've heard that these taxes, Senate Bill 1 and 2, are modest attempts to bring down business costs. Yet at the same time, we're also told that it is a significant step to economic recovery, hiring, expanding, and better wages for our workers. Mr. President, I stayed up last night looking at the DRA methodology of how these taxes are paid. And I believe, Senator, you said there's a pyramid?
It's called the pyramid chart.
Chart, thank you. The pyramid chart, which lists by tier, and by income or by tax category, who pays these taxes. And based on the analysis and the data in the DRA's annual report, these tax cuts in SB 1 and SB 2, let's take for example, for those who pay up to $500 in the business profits tax, the effect up through fiscal year 19 of SB 1 is that those companies are going to save $25. Under the business enterprise tax, they'll save $43. The next tier up, where you're paying today up to $1,000 in tax. Under the BPT, they'll save cumulatively through FY19 $108. BET $145. And it goes on with similar numbers for most of those categories. So I don't see how this is a significant step to economic recovery. Until, of course, you get to the large out-of-state corporations. For those who are currently paying up to $1 million in BPT, though, they're only getting under SB 1 a $38,000 cut cumulatively, and those paying over $1 million are getting a $382,000 cumulative cut. For the BET, for similar filers, $48,000 for those paying up to $1 million today, a $48,000 savings. For those paying over $1 million, $424,000. So the point is that it would be nice if these bills did what is reported that they will do. But in fact, what they do is, as my good friend from District 10 noted, these are bills that give away tax breaks only to the rich, big, out-of-state corporations. Based on the analysis and the data from the DRA, under SB 1, the BPT, 75% of the savings created by SB 1 will go to 0.5% of the businesses in the state. 90% of the savings will go to 2% of the businesses here. Under Senate Bill 2, 50% of the savings under Senate Bill 2 goes to 0.3 of the businesses in the state. 70% will go only to 1.8% of the businesses in this state. And as we all know, Mr. President, and according to the Small Business Administration, small businesses significantly impact New Hampshire's economy because they represent 96.1% of all employers. Small businesses are crucial to the fiscal condition of the state and numbered 132,641 in 2010. And in fact, based on the data from the Small Business Administration, small businesses make up 99.1% of the businesses in the state. Large employers, large companies, only 0.9%. The point is that this is not helping New Hampshire businesses. This is helping large, rich, out-of-state corporations. The second point is that these bills, because they're only helping those in a small percentage of businesses in this state, this is putting the interests of those big, rich, out-of-state corporations ahead of the needs of the people. The fiscal note attached to the amendment shows that these two bills together appropriate almost $200 million out of the state budget. And I wonder to guess what we could do with $200 million for education, for all of the needs we've identified for HHS. I mean, yesterday the Finance Committee, I believe, voted down a 75-cent increase in the minimum wage. Yet we're willing to spend $200 million under these two bills. And it's not only that they're putting the heads of the needs of the people, these bills are putting these interests even ahead of the interests of the companies that we talk to. Because the businesses that say they're interested in coming to New Hampshire have said they're more, and I think the senator from District 21 pointed this out, they're much more interested in a skilled workforce. So couldn't we use that $200 million for education, in training a skilled workforce? They say that they're more interested in quality of life than a reduction in business taxes. And that requires good schools, safe neighborhoods. Again, that $200 million could be used for that. Another thing that businesses wanting to come to New Hampshire talk about is having a sound infrastructure. And as we talked about during the gas tax debate, New Hampshire has never ranked lower than 45th in terms of the quality of our infrastructure. Because it is important to businesses to have sound roads and bridges to move their goods and perform their services. So the point being, Mr. President, is that these bills would be good ideas if they did what is reported that they would do, but they don't. They reserve it for the top, richest, out-of-state corporations and not for the small businesses that make up 99% of what we have in New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pierce. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 2?
Senator D'Alessandro.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to hold my voice down. I don't want to get too loud. I apologize for that. Let's look at the business enterprise tax and find out what the business enterprise tax really is. Business enterprise tax is a tripartite tax, as we all know. It represents salaries, interest, and dividends. It's also the offset for the BPT. All right. So by reducing it, you're actually reducing the offset that it goes against the BPT. Now, the question is, and I think the question that we should be addressing, is the carve-out. And if you look, I have a book in my office downstairs that's the history of the BET. And you all know that that was caused by the Cabletron suit against the state of New Hampshire because of the BPT. So let's look at it, let's examine it, let's find out what it really is before we start reducing it. Because it does have an impact. It has a very significant impact on the state. Very significant impact. And these two things together, as I say, given the time, it's just not the right time. Thank you, Mr. President.
We have no more speakers.
There are no more speakers, Senator Woodburn, so if we can scrounge up Senator Avard, Bradley, Forrester, Waters. Okay. Let me very quickly, while they're seating, explain the situation. The clerk has always put tabling motions that have been agreed upon by the Republicans and the Democrats in before we order things to finance or third reading. Senator Feltus has come to me and said he intends to have a vote on tabling, which we will do before I order this bill to the Committee on Finance. We've always worked that out ahead of time, but I'm telling you right now, that's what he's asked for. A roll call has been requested by Senator Sanborn and seconded by Senator Bradley. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 2 FNA. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Woodburn?
No.
Senator Forrester?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Pierce?
No.
Senator Cataldo?
Yes.
Senator Hosmer?
No.
Senator Little?
Yes.
Senator Sanborn?
Yes.
Senator Kelly?
No.
Senator Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Lasky?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Feltes?
No.
Senator Booton?
Yes.
Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdzo?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Fuller Clark? No. Senator Prescott?
Yes.
Senator Stiles?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
Yes.
So it's, there you go.
The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted 14 to 10. Senator Feltus for a motion.
Bill 2.
The parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if you know as I know that it would be the intent to move this to finance, would I therefore vote no on the tabling motion?
Say aye. If you're opposed, you're going to say no. Is there a roll call been requested on the table?
Second.
It's been moved by Senator Bradley, seconded by Senator Sanborn. We'll call the tabling motion. The clerk will call the roll on tabling.
Okay, just have to get that down. 2 melody. All right, Senator Woodburn?
Yes.
Senator Forrester?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Pierce?
Yes.
Senator Cataldo? No. Senator Hosmer?
Yes.
Senator Little?
No.
Senator Sanborn?
No.
Senator Kelly?
Yes.
Senator Daniels?
No.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Lasky?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Feltes?
Yes.
Senator Booton?
No.
Senator Reagan?
No.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Birdzo?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Fuller Clark?
Yes.
Senator Prescott?
No.
Senator Stiles?
No.
Senator Morse?
No. The tabling motion fails 10 to 14. Senate Bill 2 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. And let the record show that Senator Booton has an excused absence for the rest of the day. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 199 FNA, an act including prepaid communication service as taxable under the communication service tax. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Sanborn for the committee.
Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 199 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would add prepaid communication services as taxable to the retailer under the communication service tax. While the committee heard testimony that there may be some wireless providers not paying the tax, there might be some that are. Although the majority of the committee felt that the DRA could enforce the existing law to those who would be applied to. Now, we remember the fact that when several years ago, we made a decision in the state of New Hampshire, this body voted on it as well as in D.C., that we would not tax the internet. So despite the best intentions of the bill, and I compliment the senator bringing it in to have the discussion, this bill, if passed, would begin to tax the internet. So therefore, I ask the support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise against the motion of inexpedient to legislate. I just want to correct a few things. The first thing is, there's ample evidence that the state of New Hampshire is losing $2.5 million a year, not by imposing a new fee, but by collecting a fee that's been in place. Let me repeat that. This is not a new fee. This is a collection of those who are avoiding the tax as we speak. I pay the communications tax on my bill. I'm sure all of you pay it on your bill. So this is a tax avoidance that costs the state of New Hampshire about $2.5 million a year. Secondly, it is not a tax on the internet. We eliminated the internet from taxation in a bill that we passed either last year or the year before. It is not a tax on the internet. What it is collecting from those who avoid the tax. And you're going to have to collect it at the point of sale. There is ample evidence, I don't think anyone denies, that tax avoidance is taking place. DRA has come to our committee and stated that explicitly. We have had wireless people come and say they are paying the tax. But it is clear that people are avoiding the tax. And tax avoidance, really, it should be a criminal offense if you avoid paying the tax, because we're all paying it. We're all paying the tax. Why shouldn't everyone pay the tax? The tax is in place, not a new tax. We have had the communications tax for like 20 years now, and we know, those of us who were around, how the communications tax was born. The communications tax was a situation, it was a compromise that was made vis-a-vis poles and wires. All right? So the tax has been in place. There is avoidance of the tax, and no one, I don't think any one of the 24 here would want to be someone who not only emphasizes and recognizes, but actually lets tax avoidance take place. Not a good thing. It's happening. We're losing about $2.5 million a year. That would be a wonderful infusion into our operating budget. $2.5 million. Not a new tax. Everybody's paying it. People are avoiding paying it. Why shouldn't they pay it? DRA has the mechanism to collect it. We just have to give them the authority. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 199.
Feltes.
Senator Feltes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate and in support of Senator D'Alessandro's bill. This bill clarifies the application of the communication services tax to prepaid phone cards. The way it works right now is that cost of the tax is passed off in the sale, my understanding, to, say, Walmart or Target or whomever would purchase the prepaid phone cards, and the service provider, like Verizon and other providers, then remit tax to DRA. They all do it differently, Mr. President. And what this does is clarifies how it's supposed to be done in that particular type of situation with prepaid phone cards. So I think there is great benefit beyond, as Senator D'Alessandro noted, the clarification and the revenue impact. There is great benefit to clarify for all the providers how this works. and I think that's beneficial to avoid potential disputes and conflicts between providers and DRA. This is helpful, I think, Mr. President. It clarifies the law, and I would respectfully urge the ITL motion be overturned. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion? Question from Senator Stiles.
Thank you.
Bob?
Senator from District 20. If it is an existing tax and it's not a tax on the internet, why isn't it being collected now?
Thank you very much for the question. Because those at the point of sale are collecting it. It is an existing tax. It is an existing tax. It's been in existence for 20-something years. Phone cards have become a bigger part of the business. So the retailers are selling the phone cards, but not assessing the tax, not collecting the tax at the point of sale. That's the problem that we have, Senator. And that is going to continue, because these cards and the sale of these cards is becoming more and more a modus operandi for people who don't have a cell phone. They're using it, particularly in calls that go overseas. You're seeing more and more of these done in that fashion, and you're seeing more and more of these cards generated from entities in order to do that.
Follow-up? If it's existing now, I don't understand why we need the legislation to...
Well, we need the authority to collect it. We aren't collecting it. The tax exists, but we're just not collecting it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 199 FN. Are you ready? Roll call has been requested by Senator Sanborn. It's been seconded by Senator Daniels. Avard? Senator Avard.
Oh, I thought it was Daniels, too.
I knew it was over there somewhere. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Woodburn.
Yes.
Senator Forster.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Pierce.
No.
Senator Cataldo.
Yes.
Senator Hosmer.
Yes.
Senator Little.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Kelly.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Lasky.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Feltes.
No.
Senator Booton's excused. Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Fuller Clark. No. Senator Prescott.
Yes.
Senator Stiles.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
Yes.
17 to 6.
The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted 17 to 6. And the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 201 FN, an act increasing the annual limit on the new investment tax credit. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5 to 0. Senator Feltes for the committee.
Senator Feltes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 201 ought to pass. This bill increases the annual limit on contributions made by businesses to the Community Development Finance Authority from the current $5 million cap to $8 million for the purposes of the new investment tax credit. Businesses who make a qualifying contribution receive a 75% tax credit against business taxes. This popular and very successful program enables businesses to invest directly in their own communities. The projects result from these investments revitalize and develop unused spaces. The projects often result in the creation of businesses and restaurants, which in turn generate more revenue for the town as well as the state. While there is a cost associated with this bill, it more than pays off in the long run with the generation of new revenues. The Ways and Means Committee asks for your support on motion to ought to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Feltes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Kelly to speak?
I certainly rise in support of this legislation, and I know it's very late, and we've had long discussions. I will make this very quick. I just want to make two, I think, important
points. The first is without this increase, which we have not had since 1999. Remember, this has been a tax credit that's been in force, and we have not had an increase since 1999. There's evidence, and I also believe that we are missing out on many opportunities to create more jobs and to grow our economy. Businesses are asking for this. It is their desire to redirect at least a portion of their business taxes to local initiatives. It is then they are investing in their own communities, and again, they see economic growth. Just a quick example in my own community, and I know that many of you can speak to this as well from the CDFA, tax credits that you have received in your communities, but in the town of Keene and downtown in that property, the property was assessed value, the land was at $48 million. After they invested in the tax credits, the land is now assessed at $94 million. It's a huge increase, and that is because there are new businesses, restaurants, hotels, and the outcomes from that investment go beyond the revenue to the city. There's now an increased revenue annually to the state's general fund. And my second point is that we have many tax credits, and we're looking at them, and I think we're debating those tax credits and prioritizing and how we need to work with this on, because they are apportionments, and I understand that. However, I will say this is the one tax credit in particular that goes, the outcome of the credit creates revenue that goes directly back to the general budget. And we know that. We've seen it. It's been there. It's been happening for many years, and we know that. So the bottom line, creates jobs, grows the economy, and creates additional revenue. And I would encourage all of you to support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 201 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senator Bradley.
I move that we place Senate Bill 201 on the table.
Senator Bradley has moved to place Senate Bill 201 on the table. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. You place Senate Bill 201 on the table. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 215 FNA, an act establishing an option to rebate the research and development tax credit against business profits taxes. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 215 ought to pass. This bill allows a taxpayer the option to receive a rebate of the research and development tax credit worth 65% of the amount of the credit awarded. This option is designed to target newer startup businesses that might not yet be turning a profit and therefore wouldn't benefit from the tax credit. Having access to capital is often more beneficial to early-stage companies, and the rebate option would provide the cash up front. Anything we can do to promote and encourage research and development is a positive thing, and this is a new, creative way to expand the effectiveness of the credit. The Ways and Means Committee asks for your support of the motion ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 215 FN. Are you ready for the question?
Roll call.
A roll call has been requested on Senate Bill 215 FN.
Seconded by
Senator Feltus. You ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Woodburn?
Yes.
Senator Forrester?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Pierce?
Yes.
Senator Cataldo?
Yes.
Senator Hosmer?
Yes.
Senator Little?
Yes.
Senator Sanborn?
Yep.
Senator Kelly?
Yes.
Senator Daniels?
Yes.
Senator Avon?
Yes.
Senator Lasky?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Feltus?
Yes.
Senator Booton's excused. Senator Reagan?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Birdsall?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Fuller Clark?
Yes.
Senator Prescott?
Yes.
Senator Stiles?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
Yes.
23.
The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, 23-0. Senator Bradley.
And again, Mr. President, I move that we place on the table Senate Bill 215.
Senator Bradley moves to table Senate Bill 215. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. You've laid Senate Bill 215 on the table, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 217 FN, an act establishing a job creation tax credit against business enterprise taxes. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 217 ought to pass with amendment. This bill establishes a statewide credit against the business enterprise tax for new net jobs created. The committee amendment addresses concerns that the committee had relative to the fairness of the original bill by removing the provision that an existing business increase its workforce by 25% in order to be eligible for this credit. Under the amended version, an existing business could avail itself of the credit by adding one or more net new jobs. The Ways and Means Committee asks for your support of the motion and ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 217. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senator Bradley.
I move that we lay on the table Senate Bill 217.
Senator Bradley moves to table Senate Bill 217. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. You've tabled Senate Bill 217.
Just that's our last one.
Do we have a bill removed from consent? At the conclusion of the regular calendar, we'll take up the bill that was removed from the consent calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 194 FN, an act relative to epinephrine administration policies in post-secondary educational institutions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Stiles is for the committee.
Senator Stiles.
This bill, thank you, Mr. President. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 194 FM. This bill permits post-secondary educational institutions the ability to establish guidelines for the emergency administration of an epinephrine by designated trainees. The bill also allows for the establishment of requirements for the storage of epinephrine on campuses and limits civil liabilities for individuals who administer an emergency injection of epinephrine. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Stiles. Senator Stiles moves ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer amendment 0626 and have it passed out.
Senator D'Alessandro offers floor amendment 0626. And may speak to his amendment as it's being handed out.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we accept all of the items that are in the original piece of legislation, but add to it just a couple of things with regard to liability and administration to school children, which you will find in new section 4 of the bill on line 12. And it identifies designated school personnel and gives an explanation of that. Talks about the epinephrine auto-injector and the healthcare practitioner, and the school is not only post-secondary, but it's an elementary, junior high, or senior high school. Have had discussions with this, and think that these amenities add to the piece of legislation, make it a better piece of legislation. Hope you can support passage of the floor amendment 0626. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 0626. Any further discussion? Senator Stiles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator from District 20, for bringing this amendment in. However, the bill that we're looking at addresses the enabling legislation to allow a post-secondary to put in a policy for epinephrine if they choose to. And adding this amendment may have some conflicting pieces to it for post-secondary education. As you know, the Senate Education Committee has held Senate Bill 25, which addresses these same issues that you have in the amendment, to be referred to the committee so we can address all of them at that time to make sure that they won't have any conflict with the Senate Bill 194. So I would ask you to vote no on the amendment, as we will take that up this summer and make sure that everything works together. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stiles. Senator Susi for a question.
Question, if I may, of Senator from District 20.
Yes.
Senator, you said there were changes made, and I'm sorry because I'm just seeing the amendment relative to the immunity section, which begins on page 2, line 32. Does this expand the immunity from civil liability to more individuals, or I was just unable to detect what the change was on a quick reading. If you could just explain to me what the change is, I'd appreciate it.
Would you quote the line that you were looking at, please,
So
Senator?
on page 2 of your amendment, I was beginning on line 32, where it begins with immunity, and it says the entity, and then it lists a number of health care providers.
Right. Yeah, I'd have to look at her original bill to see if it does make a change. Let me just find it. Bear with me.
No problem.
Page 13. Yeah, and I'm just looking at the legislation.
I think it's page 3 of the bill, the original
Yeah.
bill.
Trying to find the original bill. 194 is not in the, it's not in the, the original bill is not here, so I really, I can't comment because I don't have it to compare it with the original bill. I apologize.
That's okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0626. Further discussion? Is there any further discussion? Senator Stiles. State your inquiry.
Thank you. If I wanted to work on this the amendment, the language in this amendment further this summer to make sure that it worked for all of our school districts, would I vote no on the amendment?
If you're in favor, you're going to vote aye. If you're opposed, you're going to vote no. Is there any further discussion on floor amendment 0626? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. Noes have it. The floor amendment 0626 fails. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 194 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator 4 o'clock?
Privilege?
Yes.
I just wanted to draw the senator's attention to the fact that 3 weeks ago, we lost a civil rights champion in this state, the beloved husband of Representative Margie Smith. Peter Smith died at age 26. Peter S. Smith, attorney Peter Sheridan Smith, passionate Red Sox supporter and mountaineer par excellence, noted for his contributions to landmark civil rights cases, died from lymphoma March 14th at his Durham home. Smith's legal career spanned 50 years, during which he provided legal services to those who are often denied access, such as African Americans, other people of color, the poor, juveniles, and the disabled. A memorial service for Smith will be held March 14th at 2 p.m. in Huddleston Hall at the University of New Hampshire. Smith was born in New York, raised in Durham, New Hampshire, and graduated from Phillips Exeter Academy in 1956. He was a 1960 Bowdoin College graduate, and in 1989 received the College Alumni Service Award. Smith assisted in the preparation and defense of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Act of 1965. He was the first legal service lawyer to argue before the Supreme Court, and in 1966, Smith argued before the Supreme Court in the landmark case of Shapiro versus Thompson, which ended residency requirements for welfare. In 1969, the Piper and Marbury law firm hired Smith to open and direct a branch office in Baltimore's inner city that was dedicated exclusively to representing the underprivileged and the poor. In 1972, Smith created one of the first clinical legal education programs in the nation at the University of Maryland Law School, in which students practiced law with their professors. Smith was also a member of the Appeals and Research Section of the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. In 1990, Smith and his wife Marjorie moved back to Durham, where he practiced law. He moved back to his family's home. He practiced law until 1914 in New Hampshire and left an indelible mark on his community. Stratham resident Beth Pettit said Smith worked as her attorney for several years to help provide her son, Hunter, with special education services. Quote, "He has been incredible in getting kids services they should have," unquote, she said. Quote, "He was instrumental in getting my son what he needed. He has been an incredible resource and wonderful attorney," unquote. Smith also served 2 terms on the Durham Town Council, as well as the Planning Board and Conservation Commission. Quote, "When he was on the council, he was a strong advocate for openness in government and defender of the public right to know law," said former town councilor Chairman Malcolm Sandberg. Durham Town Administrator Todd Selleck said of Smith, "He was as honest as the day is long. He had the highest moral character. He was really concerned about protecting the character of Durham." Selleck said Smith encouraged the town to hire more women and also ensured the integrity of the town's police department, and was the leader for an idea of what became known as the town's Friday updates in order to increase residents' awareness of town proceedings. Smith also worked for 10 years at the Disability Rights Center in Concord, and while working at the center, Smith litigated a case against the state prison that resulted in improvements in special education services to young prisoners with disabilities. Executive Director Richard Cohen said he was really a force in changing the lives of children with disabilities and their families. He had a national reputation, and he will be sorely missed. In 2003, upon reaching the milestone of 50 years in the practice of law, Smith was also recognized as an honorary member of the New Hampshire Bar Association. I'm sure that you will join me in sending your condolences to his wife, Representative Marjorie Smith. They were married for 48 years, and in addition, he is survived by his children Douglas and Abigail and their 3 grandchildren. Thank you.
4 o'clock. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. On an upbeat note, one of our distinguished members will be celebrating a birthday tomorrow. And, you know, we usually have a song, get together, but our great singers are gone. John is gone as John Gallus with the voice of an angel, and others. But the magnificent Andrew Hosmer will hit 51 domani, and we wish him good fortune and all the very, very best. Buona fortuna, Andrew. Happy birthday.
Trust me, I heard from Senator Gallus this morning. Senator Woodburn.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few weeks back, the coldest and windiest place on the earth was in the White Mountains, and there was a tragic loss of life of a young hiker, Kate Mastrofa. And it's a time to remember those people when these terrible situations occur, that go into the wild and into the cold to do the state's work as volunteers, as state employees. And I'd just like to list the names of people who participated in that search, because they certainly put their life in harm's way. And they came from our State Fish and Game Department, Androscoggin Valley Search and Rescue, and then the Mountain Rescue Service. And the names of the people who participated in that were Bill Arnold, Mike Pelchat, Diane Holmes, Matt Bowman, Jeremy Broughton, Mike Charon, Miles Chenard, Hunter Coate, Anthony Cormier, Brett Fitzgerald, Corey Swartz, Patrick Gallahan, Mason Irish, Matt Schoberg, Al Sochard, Eric Thatcher, Paul Cormier, Jeff Wilson, and Steve Dupuy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Woodburn. Any further announcements? Without objection, all personal privileges and unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.